Pilot slaps black girl in first class. This isn't a bus station. We have coasters for a reason. Captain Victor Reynolds snarled, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Zara Mitchell's seat, his finger pointing accusingly at the water glass on her armrest. The sharp, ugly crack of a hand striking flesh echoed through the first-class cabin of Airline's Flight 219. Time seemed to freeze as passengers gasped in collective shock. In that moment of stunned silence, no one could have imagined how a single act of violence at 35,000 feet would transform an entire industry. Before we dive into this shocking story, where are you watching from? Drop your city in the comments. And if you believe in accountability, no matter how high you fly, hit that subscribe button and share this video. This isn't just another tale of power and privilege. It's about what happens when someone who's been underestimated their entire life finally has the means to demand justice. Have you ever witnessed an abuse of power and wondered what you would do? By the end of this video, I want you to ask yourself, would you have spoken up, stayed silent, or pulled out your phone to record? What follows is the true account of how one woman's refusal to be victimized brought an airline to its knees and changed the way we think about power in the skies forever. The first-class cabin of Airline's Flight 219 from New York to London was designed to be an oasis of curated tranquility. The gentle hum of Rolls-Royce engines provided a soothing backdrop as flight attendants moved with practiced efficiency preparing for an on-time departure from JFK International Airport. It was 7:45 a.m. on a crisp October morning. Outside, the tarmac glistened with morning dew as ground crews finished their final checks. Inside, the first-class cabin glowed with soft ambient lighting that highlighted the hand-stitched leather seats and polished wood accents. The scent of warm towels infused with lavender and eucalyptus mingled with notes of expensive perfume and aged leather. Crystal glasses clinked softly as pre-departure drinks were served. Each detail, from the thread count of the blankets to the temperature of the champagne, had been meticulously planned to create an atmosphere of exclusivity and comfort. For the 12 passengers in first class, the $9,000 one-way ticket promised not just transportation, but an experience of brief escape from the world below where status and wealth created a bubble of privilege at 35,000 feet. The boarding process was nearly complete. Business travelers tapped away at laptops, couples spoke in hushed tones, and solo travelers settled in with books or tablets. From the outside, it appeared to be just another routine international flight, where the wealthy and privileged began their journey across the Atlantic. But beneath the polished veneer of luxury and order, tensions were already brewing that would soon erupt into a confrontation with consequences no one could predict. As the final first-class passengers settled in, the cabin crew completed their preparations with practiced precision. Everything was proceeding according to schedule. Flight 219 was expected to depart on time following the perfectly orchestrated ballet of commercial aviation that happened thousands of times each day across the globe. No one in that cabin could have imagined that in less than 30 minutes, this routine flight would become the setting for an incident that would rock the aviation industry to its core. In seat 1A, nestled by the window, sat Zara Mitchell. To casual observers, she seemed out of place among the sea of tailored suits and designer accessories. She wore a simple charcoal gray cashmere hoodie, tailored black joggers, and pristine but understated white leather sneakers. Her dark hair was pulled back in a neat, intricate braid that fell down her back. No flashy jewelry adorned her fingers or wrists, save for a simple, elegant watch with a plain black band, a Patek Philippe Calatrava, its subtle presence nearly invisible to the untrained eye. On her lap rested not a glossy magazine or smartphone, but a tablet displaying complex differential equations related to quantum computing algorithms. Her brow furrowed slightly in concentration as her finger occasionally traced a line of code on the screen. At 29 years old, Zara possessed a stillness that was often mistaken for timidity. In reality, it was the profound calm of a mind that operated on an entirely different level, a mind that had revolutionized data compression technology before her 25th birthday. Zara had built Nexus systems from her college dorm room, creating an algorithm that now powered nearly every major streaming and cloud service on the planet. 2 years ago, she had sold the company for $11.7 billion, making headlines in the financial world before deliberately vanishing from public view. Few people knew what she looked like. Fewer still knew what she was doing with her fortune. The truth was that Zara had channeled her wealth into a private equity firm called Helios Ventures, a ghost entity that acquired struggling but promising companies, nurturing them from the shadows. Airlines was one of her biggest acquisitions, a distressed asset she believed in, a company she was trying to rebuild from the inside out. She had never set foot in its headquarters or met its CEO in person. Her correspondence was exclusively through her lead counsel, Thomas Rivera. Zara's interest in aviation wasn't merely financial, it was deeply personal. Her father, James Mitchell, had worked as a baggage handler for Continental Airways for 23 years before the company's bankruptcy in the early 1990s cost him his pension and health care. She had watched him struggle afterward, taking multiple minimum wage jobs to support the family, his body breaking down from decades of physical labor with no medical coverage. When you build something, Zara, he had told her during her first year of college, build something that remembers people are human beings, not just numbers on a spreadsheet. Those words had shaped her approach to business. When she purchased Airlines, she had seen an opportunity to create the kind of company her father had deserved to work for, one where every employee was valued, where ethical practices weren't sacrificed for quarterly profits, where dignity wasn't a luxury afforded only to those in first class. As a black woman in tech, Zara had faced countless moments of prejudice throughout her career, from professors who questioned her abilities to investors who dismissed her ideas, from security guards who stopped her at her own company to flight attendants who directed her to economy class despite her first-class ticket. Each incident had shaped her not with bitterness, but with resolve. She had learned to pick her battles, to recognize when confrontation served a purpose and when it merely wasted energy. Today, she was flying as a customer, an anonymous passenger experiencing her investment firsthand. Zara believed you could learn more about a company's culture from a single flight in Seat 1A than from 100 quarterly reports. The numbers told you if a business was profitable. The experience told you if it was worth saving. As she worked, Zara was acutely aware of her surroundings in a way most people weren't. She noticed the slight hesitation in a flight attendant's smile, the efficiency of the boarding process, the quality of service. She absorbed these details without judgment, filing them away for later analysis. It was this extraordinary observational ability, combined with her analytical mind, that had made her a billionaire before 30, and that would soon put her on a collision course with a man who embodied everything she was quietly working to change. Maria Gonzalez approached Zara's seat with the warm, professional smile she had perfected over her 7 years as a flight attendant with Airlines. Her uniform was impeccable, not a wrinkle in sight, and her dark hair was pulled back in a neat bun. At 34, Maria had seen it all: the entitled passengers, the air rage incidents, the occasional celebrity who wanted to be treated like everyone else, and the everyday people who demanded to be treated like celebrities. Behind her professional demeanor, Maria carried a weight of experiences that had taught her to stay silent when authority figures crossed lines. 2 years earlier, she had reported a senior captain for inappropriate comments toward female crew members. The complaint had been buried, and her schedule had mysteriously shifted to less desirable routes for 6 months afterward. The message had been clear: the system protected those with power, not those who challenged it. "Miss, can I get you a pre-departure beverage? Perhaps some champagne?" Maria asked, her voice soft but clear. Zara looked up from her tablet, her focus shifting slowly. "Just some sparkling water with a slice of lemon, please." "Thank you, Maria," she said, having noted the name tag. Maria's smile widened slightly, genuinely pleased at being acknowledged as a person, rather than just part of the uniform. "Of course, miss. Right away." As Maria turned to prepare the drink, a commotion erupted across the aisle. Richard Hartman, a man in his late 50s with a florid face and a stomach that strained the buttons of his expensive shirt, was attempting to jam an oversized Louis Vuitton carry-on into the overhead bin. "This is ridiculous," he grumbled loud enough for everyone to hear. "They make these bins smaller every year." His expensive cologne wafted through the cabin as he struggled with the bag. Maria returned with Zara's water. "Sir, I'd be happy to check that for you," she offered. "It can be brought up to the gate immediately when we land in London." Hartman scoffed. "And let the baggage handlers get their greasy paws all over it. This is a Louis Vuitton sweetheart. It costs more than your monthly salary." 2 rows behind Sophie Whitman, an elegant woman in her mid-60s with silver hair and piercing blue eyes, glanced up from her book. She had been flying first class for 40 years and had seen countless iterations of men like Richard Hartman. As a retired corporate attorney who had broken glass ceilings in the 1980s, she recognized the dynamics at play immediately. Her slight frown and subtle eye roll went unnoticed by everyone except Zara, who caught the gesture in her peripheral vision. Sophie had spent her career documenting injustices in corporate settings. Out of habit, she quietly activated the voice memo function on her phone, placing it discreetly in her lap. Experience had taught her the value of contemporaneous evidence. "I've seen that type 1,000 times," she thought to herself. "Men who believe the rules apply to everyone but them." Sophie had built her career defending women who had been harassed, demoted, or fired for challenging such men. She was supposed to be enjoying retirement, but old habits died hard. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, First Officer James Sullivan was running through the pre-flight checklist. At 32, he was one of the youngest first officers on international routes. His clean-cut appearance and by-the-book approach had earned him respect among his peers, but his quiet demeanor often made him invisible in the presence of more dominant personalities, particularly Captain Reynolds. Sullivan carried his own internal conflicts. His father and grandfather had both been airline pilots in the golden age of aviation, and they had instilled in him a deep respect for hierarchy and tradition. Yet his own experiences, including witnessing the mistreatment of crew members by senior captains, had planted seeds of doubt about this model of leadership. He had a wife and a newborn at home. He couldn't afford to make waves. But the question haunted him: at what point did silence become complicity? Sullivan and Reynolds had a complicated history. 3 years earlier, they had flown together during a severe turbulence incident where Reynolds's quick decision-making had potentially saved lives. Sullivan had admired the captain's technical skills but had grown increasingly uncomfortable with his treatment of crew members, particularly women and minorities. The cognitive dissonance respecting the pilot while questioning the man created a constant tension that Sullivan struggled to resolve. As the cabin crew prepared for departure, these individuals, each with their own histories, perspectives, and positions in the invisible hierarchy of the aircraft, were about to become unwitting players in a drama that would reshape their lives and careers in ways none of them could anticipate. Captain Victor Reynolds strode through the terminal with the confident gait of a man who knew his place in the world. At 58, he cut an imposing figure in his perfectly pressed uniform, the 4 gold stripes on his epaulets gleaming under the fluorescent lights. His silver-streaked hair was meticulously groomed, and his square jaw seemed permanently set in an expression of stern authority. For 30 years, Reynolds had commanded aircraft across the globe, accumulating over 22,000 flight hours and a reputation as a pilot who ran a tight ship. He had begun his career in the Air Force before transitioning to commercial aviation, bringing with him a military rigidity that defined his approach to leadership. To Victor, an aircraft wasn't just a commercial vehicle, it was his domain, and everyone on board, from the first-class passengers to the cabin crew, was subject to his authority. Behind the commanding presence, however, lay a man increasingly at odds with a changing world. The aviation industry had evolved around him, embracing diversity and service-oriented approaches that Victor viewed as a dilution of standards. He silently seethed at what he perceived as the erosion of the golden age of air travel, when passengers dressed for flights and pilots were treated with the reverence due to captains of the sky. His personal life mirrored his professional frustrations. A third mortgage on a house too large for his needs strained his finances. His son had recently dropped out of the prestigious engineering program Victor had pushed him toward, opting instead for a frivolous career in digital media. His wife had grown distant, tired of competing with his ego and his schedule. Each personal setback further reinforced his need to assert control in the one place he still commanded absolute authority, the cockpit. There was more to Reynolds' story than even he would admit. Growing up in a working-class family in rural Pennsylvania, he had watched his father, a factory worker, suffer a lifetime of disrespect and powerlessness. Victor had sworn never to experience that same humiliation. His pilot's uniform represented not just a career, but an escape, a shield against the vulnerability he had witnessed in his father. Every challenge to his authority felt like a threat to return him to that state of powerlessness he so feared. What passengers and most crew members didn't know was that Victor's personnel file contained 3 formal complaints for aggressive behavior over the past 5 years. One involved berating a female co-pilot so severely that she requested a transfer. Another stemmed from his refusal to allow a passenger with a medical condition to use the first-class lavatory when the economy lavatories were occupied. The third and most recent concerned his decision to have a passenger removed for questioning his instructions during turbulence. Each incident had been quietly resolved through the intervention of the pilots' union and a company culture that prioritized operational efficiency over addressing behavioral issues. The airline's management considered him a necessary evil, difficult but reliable, the kind of old-school captain who always got the plane there on time, even if he left a wake of intimidated flight attendants and offended passengers in his path. Per Federal Aviation Regulations specifically, FR 121.533, the captain was designated as the final authority for the aircraft's operation. This regulation had been interpreted by pilots like Reynolds, not just as operational authority, but as near absolute power over all aspects of the flight. The pilot-in-command PC concept, essential for clear decision-making in emergencies, had evolved in some cockpits into an outdated authoritarian model that went far beyond the regulation's intent. As he entered the cockpit of Flight 219 that morning, Victor was already in a foul mood. Traffic had been heavy, his coffee had been cold, and he'd had another argument with his wife about their son's future. The pre-flight briefing had been interrupted by what he considered trivial questions from the cabin crew about a passenger's special meal request. In Victor's mind, he wasn't flying a restaurant, he was commanding an aircraft. These irritations simmered beneath his professional exterior, creating a pressure cooker of resentment just waiting for a trigger to release. The boarding process was nearly complete when the cockpit door opened with a pneumatic hiss. Out stepped Captain Victor Reynolds, his imposing frame filling the narrow aisle of the first-class cabin. He wasn't emerging to conduct a safety check or to greet the passengers with a reassuring smile. He was heading to the galley to get what he called a proper coffee, scorning the automated machine in the cockpit. As he moved through the cabin, his eyes performed a quick dismissive sweep, cataloging the passengers with military precision. His gaze lingered for a moment on Richard Hartman, giving him a slight man-to-man nod of understanding. Then his eyes fell on Zara in seat 1A. He saw a young black woman in a hoodie. His mind, a well-oiled machine of ingrained prejudice, made a series of instantaneous calculations. She was either a celebrity's assistant, a competition winner, or someone who had used a family member's frequent flyer miles to snag a seat where she clearly didn't belong. His lip curled almost imperceptibly. To him, she represented everything wrong with modern air travel, the breakdown of standards, the loss of decorum, He noticed her tablet. He couldn't see the complex quantum equations, only the glow of a screen. Probably watching some reality show, he thought dismissively. He continued to the galley where Maria was arranging glasses. Maria, he boomed, making her flinch slightly. The coffee up front tastes like battery acid. Brew me a fresh French press, dark roast. Of course, Captain, she replied, her professional demeanor snapping back into place instantly. What was the commotion about earlier, he asked, leaning against the counter as if holding court. Something about a bag. A passenger's carry-on was too large. Captain, it's been handled, Maria said concisely, not wanting to gossip. Looked like you were having trouble. Reynolds pressed. You have to be firm with these people. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, especially the ones who aren't used to this kind of service. His meaning was clear, and Maria felt a prickle of discomfort. Everyone has been very cooperative, Captain. But Reynolds wasn't listening. His attention was drawn back into the cabin. Zara had finished her water and had placed the empty glass on the small ledge beside her seat. It was a minor breach of etiquette. The glass should have been placed on the coaster, but she was engrossed in her work and hadn't given it a second thought. To Captain Reynolds, this was the perfect example of the breakdown of order he so despised. He strode back into the cabin, his polished black shoes clicking on the floor. He stopped directly in front of Zara's seat, his large frame casting a shadow over her. She didn't notice him at first, her finger still tracing a line of logic on her screen. Miss, he said, his voice loud enough for the surrounding passengers to hear. Zara looked up, her concentration broken. She saw the 4 stripes on his shoulder, the imposing figure, the stern look on his face. Your glass, he said, pointing a thick finger at it. This isn't a bus station. We have coasters for a reason. It prevents water rings on the finish. Zara glanced at the glass, then at the empty coaster a few inches away. A minor oversight. My apologies, she said, her voice neutral. She reached for the glass, but Reynolds was faster. He snatched it up. The flight attendants are not your maids, he said, his voice rising slightly. They have more important things to do, like ensuring the safety of this aircraft than cleaning up after people who don't know how to behave. The public nature of the rebuke, the sheer condescension in his tone, was designed to humiliate. A few passengers shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Richard Hartman watched with a smirk. Sophie Whitman's knuckles whitened around her book, her phone continuing to record in her lap. Zara felt a slow burn of anger, but she kept her expression placid. She had dealt with men like Victor Reynolds her entire life, men who used their slivers of authority to feel powerful, men who saw her skin color and gender before they ever saw her mind. For a brief moment, she flashed back to a college professor who had accused her of cheating on an algorithm she had developed herself simply because he couldn't believe she was capable of such work. She also thought of her father, who had endured similar humiliations daily with no power to respond. The memory strengthened her resolve. I have already apologized. Captain, she said, her voice dropping a register, becoming colder, more precise. Your point has been made. I would appreciate it if you would return to your duties. This was not the response he expected. He had anticipated flustered apologies, maybe even tears. What he got was a dismissal. This girl in a hoodie was dismissing him. My duties, he said, with a low, menacing laugh, include ensuring a comfortable and orderly environment for my paying first-class passengers. Some people, it seems, need to be reminded of the standards. And your standards include berating a passenger over a misplaced glass. Zara countered, her gaze unwavering. That seems like a rather inefficient use of your time, especially during final boarding preparations. She had pricked his ego. He felt his authority being questioned in front of his passengers. His face, already ruddy, began to darken. Listen, sweetheart, he snarled, leaning down, invading her personal space. I don't know what kind of lucky break got you this seat, but you are a guest on my aircraft. My aircraft, my rules, You will show me and my crew the proper respect. Do you understand me?" The word sweetheart was the final straw. It was a pat on the head and a slap in the face all at once. Zara slowly placed her tablet on the seat beside her. She stood up, a fluid, deliberate motion. She was not a tall woman, but she stood with a posture that radiated an authority far older and deeper than the kind stitched onto a uniform. She met his gaze, and for the first time Reynolds saw something in her eyes that wasn't fear or awe, but a cold, hard assessment. It was the look of a predator sizing up a threat. "I understand you perfectly." "Captain," she said, her voice dangerously quiet, "you are a man who confuses his title with his character. You are unprofessional, and frankly, you are a liability to this airline's brand. Now please step aside." It was a declaration of war, and Captain Victor Reynolds, a man who had never backed down from a fight in his life, was about to make the biggest mistake of his career. The first-class cabin had become a theater of silent, mortified witnesses. The hushed conversations had ceased, replaced by the electric tension of a confrontation that had spiraled far beyond a misplaced water glass. Every eye was fixed on the standoff between the imposing, uniformed pilot and the calm, unyielding young woman in seat 1A. Maria, holding the French press in the galley, watched with a growing sense of dread. Her training screamed at her to intervene to de-escalate, but the sheer force of the captain's personality was paralyzing. She had been here before 2 years ago when she'd watched Reynolds berate a young male flight attendant until he quit the next day. She had said nothing then, prioritizing her job security over doing what was right. The memory of that silence now burned in her chest, a mixture of shame and fear. Would she fail another test of character today? Victor felt the blood pounding in his ears. Liability brand. This girl, who looked like she couldn't afford a ticket and coach, was lecturing him about the airline's brand. The audacity was breathtaking. All his frustrations, a mortgage that was squeezing him dry, a son who had just dropped out of college, a nagging feeling of being a relic in a world that no longer valued men like him, coalesced into a single point of white-hot rage directed entirely at Zara. In his mind, he was no longer on an Aura Airlines flight. He was back in his childhood home watching his father return from another day of taking orders and swallowing his pride. "Never let them see you bend," his father had told him. "The moment you give an inch, they take everything. You have no idea who you're talking to." He seethed, his voice a low growl. His face was inches from hers now, his breath smelling of stale coffee and self-importance. "On the contrary," Zara replied, her voice remaining unnervingly steady. "I know exactly who I'm talking to. Your name is Victor Reynolds. You've been a captain for 22 years. You have 2 FAA commendations for handling engine failures in the 90s, and 3 formal passenger complaints for aggressive behavior in the last 5 years alone. Your file is quite detailed. If a statement could be a physical blow, that was it." Reynolds recoiled as if she had struck him. How could she possibly know that the complaints were supposed to be internal, buried by the union? A cold sliver of fear pierced his anger. Who was she? Was she an FAA inspector, a corporate auditor? His mind scrambled for a rational explanation. She must have looked him up somehow. A lucky guess. A bluff. He couldn't let her win. He couldn't let her expose him. He had to reassert his dominance immediately and decisively. "You're clever," he spat, his fear twisting back into fury. "You think you can intimidate me with a few bits of information you scraped off the internet. You're out of your league, girl. This is the real world, and on this plane, I am the law. The law is governed by protocols and regulations which you are currently violating." Zara stated her tone that of a professor correcting a particularly dense student. "Your behavior is erratic and unprofessional. For the safety of this flight, I am requesting that you return to the cockpit and allow the first officer to handle the departure." It was a perfectly reasonable, logical request, and it was the most insulting thing she could have possibly said. She had not only challenged his authority, she had questioned his competence to fly the plane. She had, in his mind, tried to strip him of his very identity. In his memory, Victor was suddenly 8 years old again, watching his father being berated by his boss in front of the other workers. He remembered the humiliation in his father's eyes, the powerlessness. He had vowed never to experience that feeling himself. Something inside Victor Reynolds snapped. The sequence of events seemed to happen in horrifying slow motion. He raised his right hand, the one adorned with a chunky gold ring. His arm moved through the air, a blur of navy blue and gold. The passengers gasped a collective intake of breath. Maria took an involuntary step forward from the galley, a small no escaping her lips. Zara saw it coming. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in disbelief. She had calculated the probabilities, analyzed his psychological profile based on his actions. She had predicted a verbal explosion, perhaps an attempt to have her forcibly removed. She had not factored in physical assault. It was an irrational variable, a catastrophic system failure. The sharp, ugly crack of his hand connecting with her cheek echoed through the silent cabin. It was not a gentle tap or a shove. It was a full, open-handed slap delivered with the force of a man who had lost all control. The impact snapped her head to the side, her intricate braid whipping through the air. For a single stunning heartbeat, there was absolute silence. The only sound was the ever-present, indifferent hum of the engines. A bright, angry red mark began to bloom on Zara's cheek. She slowly, deliberately turned her head back to face him. Her eyes were wide, and in their depths, the cold, analytical calm had been replaced by something far more terrifying, the still silent fury of a supernova about to detonate. She didn't cry out. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't even touch her cheek. She just stared at him. And in that silent, unwavering gaze, Captain Victor Reynolds finally understood that he had not just slapped a passenger. He had crossed a line, and on the other side of that line was a world of consequences he could not possibly begin to comprehend. The smirk on Richard Hartman's face vanished, replaced by a slack-jawed expression of shock. Sophie Whitman was already fumbling for her phone, her fingers trembling as she opened the camera app. A businessman in row 3 whispered, "Jesus Christ," and another passenger was standing halfway out of his seat, frozen in indecision. The spell was broken by Maria, who rushed forward, placing herself between them. "Captain, that's enough," she cried, her voice trembling but firm. "Please step back." In that moment, Maria made a choice that would define the rest of her career. The well-worn path of least resistance, staying silent, protecting her job suddenly seemed impossible to take. Her mind flashed to all the times she had witnessed smaller versions of this scene and done nothing. Not this time. Reynolds blinked as if coming out of a trance. He looked at his own hand, then at the red mark on Zara's face. A flicker of panic entered his eyes, but it was quickly stamped out by a desperate need to justify his actions. He couldn't have been wrong. She had provoked him. "This passenger is a security threat," he boomed, his voice straining to sound authoritative. "She was insubordinate. She was threatening. She is to be removed from my aircraft now." He pointed a shaking finger at Zara. "You get your things. You are not flying on Aura Airlines today or ever again." In the cockpit, James Sullivan had heard the commotion and emerged to see what was happening. He took in the scene, the captain's aggressive stance, the stunned passengers, the woman with a reddening cheek, and Maria standing protectively between them. His pilot training had prepared him for engine failures and weather emergencies, but nothing had prepared him for this. "Captain," he said quietly, "we need to complete our pre-flight checks. The tower's asking about our status." Reynolds barely glanced at him. "We'll be ready in 5 minutes. We just need to remove a disruptive passenger." Sullivan looked from Reynolds to Zara, then at the shocked faces of the other passengers. The conflict inside him was visible, the lifelong respect for chain of command battling with the clear evidence of wrongdoing before him. In that moment, he made his decision. "Sir, I need to document this incident according to FAA regulations," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Any physical contact with a passenger requires a complete incident report." Reynolds shot him a look of betrayal, but Sullivan stood his ground. He had chosen his side. James Reynolds said in a low, dangerous voice, "We go back 3 years. I saved your ass during that turbulence over the Atlantic. Don't do this." Sullivan's expression didn't change. "This isn't about loyalty, Captain. It's about doing what's right." Zara held Reynolds' gaze for one more long, chilling moment. Then she gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. She turned and calmly picked up her tablet and her small, nondescript backpack from the seat. She didn't argue. She didn't protest. As she walked towards the open door of the plane, she paused beside Maria. She looked at the horrified young flight attendant and spoke in a voice that was quiet but carried the weight of an iron promise. "Thank you for your professionalism, Maria," she said. Then she looked past her eyes finding Captain Reynolds one last time. "This," she said, her voice clear and cold, cutting through the stunned silence, "will be handled." As she turned to leave, she added one final sentence that only Reynolds could hear. "Today you command a plane. Tomorrow, I'll command your future." And with that, she stepped off the plane, leaving behind a first-class cabin in chaos, a terrified flight crew, and a captain who was utterly, hopelessly, and completely doomed. Sophie Whitman lowered her phone, having captured the entire exchange on video. She caught the eye of the businessman across the aisle who had also been recording. They exchanged knowing glances, silent witnesses to an abuse of power that would not go undocumented. An elderly man in row 4, Dr. Edward Chen, a retired surgeon who had remained silent during the confrontation, now shook his head sadly. In 50 years of flying, he murmured to his seatmate, "I've never seen anything like this. That poor young woman." His seatmate, a marketing executive named Vanessa Powell, nodded in agreement. "I'm canceling my Aura frequent flyer account as soon as we land," she whispered. "I can't support an airline that allows this kind of behavior." Victor, still standing in the aisle, pulled at his collar, suddenly aware of the dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him. His momentary triumph was already souring, giving way to the first inklings of doubt. He straightened his jacket and cleared his throat. "I apologize for the disturbance," he announced to the cabin at large. "We take the safety and comfort of our passengers very seriously. That's why disruptive individuals cannot be tolerated." No one responded. No one nodded in agreement. The silence was damning. Richard Hartman, seeking to break the tension, raised his hand. "Captain, when will we be taking off? I have a meeting in London this afternoon." Victor seized on the question like a lifeline. "We'll be departing shortly, sir. Thank you for your patience." He turned and strode back to the cockpit, his posture rigid, the back of his neck burning with the sensation of being watched. As the captain disappeared, the cabin erupted in hushed conversations. Passengers leaned across aisles, sharing their shock and disbelief. Maria, still shaken, began preparing for departure, moving mechanically through her tasks as her mind raced with the implications of what she had just witnessed and what she had finally chosen to do. Her hands trembled slightly as she arranged the glasses. She had stood up to Reynolds, placing her career on the line. After years of staying silent, of accepting the status quo, she had finally found her voice. It terrified her. It exhilarated her. And somewhere beneath the fear and adrenaline was a quiet sense of pride. Whatever happened next, she would face it, knowing she had done what was right, not what was easy. Think about what you would have done in this situation. Would you have recorded the incident like Sophie, spoken up like Maria? Or remained silent, hoping someone else would intervene? The choices we make in these moments of crisis reveal our true character. The jet bridge felt like a strange, sterile limbo between the rarefied air of first class and the bustling reality of the JFK terminal. Zara Mitchell walked with a steady, unhurried pace, her backpack slung over one shoulder. The stinging on her cheek had subsided into a dull, throbbing ache, a physical reminder of the gross violation that had just occurred. But her mind was already past the pain, past the humiliation. It was moving with the terrifying speed and clarity that had made her a billionaire. She wasn't processing emotion. She was processing data, calculating responses, and initiating protocols. As she walked, flashes of similar moments throughout her life flickered through her mind. The time a professor had challenged her authorship of her own algorithm, the venture capitalist who had addressed all his questions to her male assistant, the security guard who had stopped her at the entrance to her own company's building. Each incident had been a reminder that no matter her accomplishments, there would always be those who saw only her skin color and gender. Most vivid was the memory of her father coming home one night, his uniform dirty, his pride wounded. He had been berated by a passenger who had spilled coffee on himself and blamed the baggage handler who happened to be nearby. The airline had sided with the passenger. "You have to know your place," his supervisor had told him. Zara, just 7 at the time, had asked why he didn't fight back. "Because I need this job," he had answered simply. "Sometimes you have to swallow your pride to feed your family." This time was different. This time she had the power to do more than simply endure. This time she could reshape the very system that enabled such behavior. As she reached the gate agent's desk, the agent, a flustered man named David, was already on the phone, likely getting a garbled version of events from the flight crew. He looked up and saw her, his eyes widening at the distinct red handprint on her face. "Ma'am?" he stammered, unsure of what to do. The captain said. Zara held up a hand, a simple gesture that commanded silence. "I require no assistance from you," she said, her voice devoid of any warmth. "Just tell me one thing. What is the tail number of that aircraft?" The tail number." David blinked, confused by the request. "Yes, the tail number. The registration number painted on the aircraft. It's N418AU, November 418 Alpha." "Uniform," he replied, his training kicking in. "Thank you," she said, committing it to memory. She walked away from the gate, ignoring the curious and pitying stares of other passengers. She found a quiet corner of the terminal, pulled out her phone, and bypassed her usual contacts. Her thumb hovered over a single encrypted entry in her address book, Thomas Rivera. Thomas Rivera was less a lawyer and more of a weapon. He was the senior partner at one of the most powerful and discreet law firms in New York. He was the public face of Helios Ventures, the man who handled the acquisitions, the negotiations, the liquidations. He was a man who spoke in billion-dollar figures and ironclad contracts, and whose loyalty to Zara was absolute. He had known her since she was a teenage prodigy coding in her dorm room. He answered on the first ring. "Zara, is everything all right?" "You're supposed to be in the air." "There's been an alteration to my travel plans, Thomas," she said, her voice a flat line of controlled fury. "What happened?" he asked, his tone instantly shifting from collegial to razor-sharp. "I've been assaulted and ejected from Flight 219 in Aura Airlines aircraft tail number N418AU. The assailant was the pilot, Captain Victor Reynolds." There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. Thomas Rivera was a man who had heard everything from hostile takeover threats to government investigations, but this left him momentarily speechless. Assaulted, he finally said the word, dripping with disbelief and menace. "Are you injured? Do you need medical attention? I can have a team there in 10 minutes. "The injury is superficial," Zara replied. "The insult, however, is fundamental. This isn't about one man's temper, Thomas. This is a symptom of a corporate culture I have failed to properly assess. A culture that has now put its hands on me." Thomas understood immediately. This wasn't a personal lawsuit she was contemplating. This was a business problem, and Zara Mitchell solved business problems with overwhelming and decisive force. "What are your orders?" he asked. "Initiate Helios Protocol," Zara commanded. The name was one they had created for a worst-case scenario, a complete and total activation of her power as a majority shareholder. "I want a full, immediate asset review of Aura Airlines. I'm invoking Emergency Clause 17B of the shareholder agreement, the one regarding gross negligence endangering the primary stakeholder. It allows for a unilateral freezing of executive authority pending a full board review." Thomas's pen could be heard scratching furiously. "Clause 17B, the God Mode Clause." "Understood. The CEO, Daniel Blackwood, will be legally paralyzed by the time he finishes his morning coffee. What else? I want Captain Victor Reynolds' entire professional and personal history on my desk within the hour. FAA records, union grievances, financial statements, social media, everything. I want to know the brand of toothpaste he uses. Consider it done. I want the flight crew of 219 grounded in London pending interviews, specifically the flight attendant named Maria Gonzalez. Ensure she is protected. She attempted to de-escalate. She is an asset. Understood. And Thomas." Zara added, her voice dropping lower contact, the FAA. "Inform them an unnamed high-level corporate auditor was just assaulted by a pilot on a commercial flight and that the airline is attempting to cover it up by labeling the auditor a security threat. They won't know it's me, but it will put Reynolds' license under immediate review and prevent the airline from burying the incident report." A slow, predatory smile could almost be heard in Thomas's voice. "That's brilliant. It will tie them in knots. They'll be investigating themselves while we dismantle them from the inside." "Zara, I'm sorry this happened." "Don't be sorry," Zara said, her gaze turning steely as she looked out the window at her plane sitting on the tarmac. "Be effective." She ended the call and stood silently for a moment, processing the mixture of emotions beneath her controlled exterior. There was anger, certainly, but also disappointment in Reynolds and the company she had invested in, and in herself for not seeing the cultural problems sooner. This wasn't just about a slap. It was about a system that had enabled men like Reynolds to abuse their authority without consequences. It was about countless passengers and crew members who had faced similar treatment but lacked the power to fight back. It was about the responsibility that came with her wealth and influence. Zara touched her cheek gently, feeling the heat of the impact still lingering on her skin. In that moment, she made a promise to herself and to everyone who had ever been silenced or humiliated by those with power. This ends now. She thought of her father, who had died, still carrying the weight of all the indignities he had endured with no recourse. "This one's for you, Dad," she whispered. She watched as Flight 219 began to taxi away from the gate, carrying a crew and passengers who had no idea that the entire corporate structure behind their journey was about to be transformed by the woman left standing at the terminal. Victor Reynolds thought he was in control, the king of his flying kingdom. He had no idea that with a single phone call, Zara had turned his aircraft into a ghost ship, a vessel that by the time it touched down in London would no longer truly belong to his employers. It belonged to the woman he had just slapped, and her judgment was coming far faster than the speed of sound. Meanwhile, on board Flight 219, Captain Reynolds was striding back to the cockpit, his chest puffed out. He had neutralized the threat, put the upstart in her place, and re-established order. He felt powerful. He felt vindicated. "Everything all right?" Vic asked James Sullivan, who had heard the commotion and seen the aftermath. "Just had to remove some trash." Reynolds grunted, settling into his seat. "Some people just don't understand how the world works." He reached for the radio to communicate with the tower. James said nothing, but his jaw tightened. He had seen enough to know this was bad, potentially career-ending bad. He had a decision to make, and he had to make it quickly. During the pre-flight checks, James discreetly began documenting the incident in his personal logbook, a violation of protocol that could cost him his job, but his conscience wouldn't allow him to remain silent. As a pilot, he had been trained to follow procedures, maintain the chain of command, and prioritize operational efficiency. But he was also a husband and father who wanted to look his family in the eye and tell them he had done what was right. "Tower cleared us for takeoff," Reynolds announced, pushing the throttle forward. The massive engines of the Airbus A350 began to spool up with a deafening roar. As the plane accelerated down the runway, lifting gracefully into the sky, Victor Reynolds had no idea that he was flying a plane full of digital evidence that would soon be used against him. He thought he was the king in his castle, but he was merely a pilot in a multi-million-dollar asset that no longer truly belonged to his employers. Back at JFK, Zara was already implementing the next phase of her response. She found a quiet VIP lounge where she could work undisturbed. She opened her tablet and accessed a secure server using a series of encryption keys known only to her. Her first task was to compile a comprehensive dossier on Victor Reynolds. She didn't need to wait for Thomas's team. She had her own resources. Within minutes, she had accessed public records, professional databases, and social media profiles. She constructed a timeline of his career, noting the patterns of behavior that had been overlooked or excused for years. Next, she sent encrypted messages to key members of her team at Helios Ventures. Each received precise instructions related to their area of expertise, legal, financial, public relations. This wasn't just about punishing one man. It was about transforming an entire corporate structure. As she worked, Zara received a text from Thomas. Clause 17B activated. Board notification in progress. Legal team mobilizing. FAA contact made. The machinery was in motion. Now it was time for the next step. Zara placed a call to Dr. Lucia Ramirez, a renowned sociologist and expert on corporate culture whom she had tried to hire years ago for Nexus Systems. Dr. Ramirez had declined, then preferring to remain in academia, but Zara knew this project would interest her. "Dr. Ramirez." "This is Zara Mitchell," she said when the call connected. "Ms. Mitchell, this is unexpected, Doctor," Ramirez replied, her voice warm but curious. "What can I do for you?" "I'm assembling a team to completely overhaul the corporate culture of a major airline. I need someone who understands the structural foundations of institutional behavior, someone who can diagnose the root causes and implement effective solutions. You're the best in the field. I'm intrigued, but why the sudden interest in airline corporate culture? Because approximately 45 minutes ago, I was physically assaulted by one of their pilots for the crime of placing a water glass on an armrest instead of a coaster." There was a moment of stunned silence. "Are you serious?" "Deadly serious. And it's not an isolated incident. It's a manifestation of deeply entrenched behavioral patterns that have been normalized and protected. I want to change that from the inside out. I want to create a model that other airlines will be forced to follow. Are you interested?" Dr. Ramirez didn't hesitate. "When do we start? My team will contact you within the hour with details. Thank you, Doctor." With that piece in place, Zara turned her attention to the passengers who had witnessed the incident. Thomas's team would obtain statements from them when the plane landed in London, but Zara had another idea. She needed to ensure the narrative couldn't be controlled or suppressed by the airline. She composed a carefully worded message to be sent anonymously to several aviation industry journalists. Sources report a physical assault on a female passenger by a senior pilot on Aura Airlines Flight 219 to London today. Multiple witnesses' video evidence exists. FAA investigation pending. The message wasn't detailed enough to cause panic, but it was sufficient to put the incident on journalists' radar. By the time Flight 219 landed in London, reporters would be waiting. As Zara was setting these plans in motion, her phone rang. The caller ID showed unknown, but she answered anyway. "Miss Mitchell, this is Harold Jenkins, CEO of Skyline International." The voice was smooth, practiced with the unmistakable tone of someone who saw an opportunity and was moving quickly to capitalize on it. Skyline was Aura's main competitor, a larger airline that had been trying to acquire Aura for years. Somehow Jenkins had already gotten wind of the incident. Mr. Jenkins, Zara replied coolly. "I'm curious how you obtained this number." "I have my sources," he said evasively. "Let me get straight to the point. I've heard about what happened on Flight 219. Unconscionable. Absolutely unconscionable. I wanted to personally offer our services for your return journey to London and to express our interest in discussing a potential acquisition of Aura Airlines. Their stock is about to take a significant hit, and we're prepared to make a very generous offer." Zara's eyes narrowed. The vultures were already circling, and the incident had barely happened. More disturbing was how quickly Jenkins had obtained information that should have been confidential. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jenkins," she said, her voice neutral. "But I'm not interested in selling Aura Airlines. In fact, I'm about to invest significantly more resources into it. With all due respect, Ms. Mitchell, the company is about to face a PR nightmare." "The value of your investment is not your concern," Zara cut him off. "And Mr. Jenkins, your sources within my company have just identified themselves. That will be handled as well." She ended the call, adding a new task to her growing list: identify the leak within Aura who had contacted Jenkins so quickly. This wasn't just about Reynolds anymore. There were deeper problems throughout the organization, a network of self-interest and disloyalty that needed to be exposed and excised. Meanwhile, at 35,000 feet over the Atlantic, Victor Reynolds was flying the plane, blissfully unaware that his career and reputation were already in free fall. 6 hours into the transatlantic crossing, Flight 219 cruised smoothly at 38,000 feet. The initial turbulence of departure had given way to the steady rhythm of long-haul flight. In the cockpit, Victor Reynolds maintained a professional facade, running through the routine checks and communications that had been second nature to him for decades. But beneath the practiced calm, his mind kept returning to the confrontation in first class. The memory of the slap played on loop in his head, the sound it made, the woman's expressionless face afterward, the way the other passengers had looked at him. For the first time, doubt began to creep in. Had he overreacted? Would there be consequences? He pushed these thoughts aside. He was the captain. The rules were the rules. She had been disrespectful, threatening even. He had done what was necessary to maintain order. Beside him, James Sullivan monitored the instruments in silence. Since takeoff, their communication had been strictly professional, limited to the technical aspects of operating the aircraft. James had made his decision. He would document everything but wait until they landed before taking any action. Confronting Reynolds mid-flight would only create a potentially dangerous situation. Every so often, Reynolds would glance at his first officer, trying to gauge his thoughts. The younger man's silence was unnerving. Usually, Sullivan was deferential, even admiring. Today, he was a wall of professionalism, nothing more. "You think I was too harsh with that passenger?" Reynolds finally said, breaking the tension. Sullivan kept his eyes on the instruments. "It's not my place to comment on your decisions, Captain." "That's not an answer, James." Sullivan turned to face him directly. "Do you want an honest answer or a comfortable one?" Reynolds frowned. "I've always valued honesty." "Then, yes, I think you crossed a line. Physically striking a passenger is never acceptable, regardless of the provocation. It violates FAA regulations, airline policy, and basic human decency." Reynolds felt his face flush with anger. But before he could respond, Sullivan continued. "And I've documented the incident in my personal log. When we land, I'll be filing a formal report with both the airline and the FAA. I wanted you to know that." The words hit Reynolds like a physical blow. His first officer, the quiet, by-the-book pilot he had mentored, was turning against him. The betrayal stung worse than any fear of administrative consequences. "You're throwing away your career for some entitled passenger who doesn't know her place?" Reynolds said, his voice low and dangerous. Sullivan didn't flinch. I'm protecting my career by doing what's right. And maybe in some small way I'm protecting yours, too. If you faced consequences earlier for your behavior, it might never have escalated to this point. You know nothing about me, James. Nothing about the road I've traveled to get here. I know you saved that flight during the turbulence 3 years ago. I know you're one of the best technical pilots I've ever flown with. And I know that none of that gives you the right to treat people the way you do. With that, he turned back to his instruments, ending the conversation as firmly as it had begun. Reynolds sat in stunned silence, the reality of his situation beginning to dawn on him. This wasn't going to blow over. This wasn't going to be buried like the other complaints. This time there would be a reckoning. In the first-class cabin, the atmosphere remained subdued. The usual convivial buzz of conversation was replaced by hushed exchanges and furtive glances. The incident had cast a pall over the luxury experience these passengers had paid thousands for. Maria moved through the cabin with professional efficiency, but her usual warmth was muted. Each time she passed seat 1A, now occupied by a passenger who had been upgraded from business class, she felt a stab of guilt. She should have done more, intervened sooner. The image of Zara's calm dignity in the face of such humiliation haunted her. During a quiet moment in the galley, Maria replayed the incident in her mind for the 100th time. What if she had stepped between them earlier? What if she had reminded the captain of protocol? What if she had simply called out his behavior as inappropriate? Would it have made a difference, or would it have simply cost her her job? The questions tormented her, but beneath them was a growing resolve. Whatever happened when they landed, she would tell the truth. No more looking the other way. No more protecting the status quo at the expense of what was right. Richard Hartman sat with his third scotch, no longer making eye contact with the crew or fellow passengers. His initial smirk of approval had given way to discomfort as he realized he had tacitly supported an act that most people would find indefensible. It was one thing to be elitist. It was another to witness assault and do nothing. Sophie Whitman had spent the first hour of the flight reviewing the video she had captured, ensuring it was safely backed up to her cloud account. She had also written a detailed account of the incident, noting time's exact words spoken and the reactions of those present. Sophie had spent 40 years as a corporate attorney before retirement. She knew the value of contemporaneous documentation. A row behind her, a tech executive named Michael had been doing the same. He had already edited his video, enhancing the audio and adding subtitles for clarity. When the plane landed, it would take him less than 30 seconds to upload it to multiple platforms. In business class, a travel blogger named Jessica was composing a scathing post about what she had heard from first-class passengers who had come back to use the lavatories. Aura Airlines, where first-class service includes assault, read her headline. She would post it the moment they landed and had Wi-Fi again. Dr. Edward Chen, the retired surgeon, had spent most of the flight reflecting on the incident. He had witnessed numerous examples of abused authority during his medical career and had always prided himself on speaking up. Today, he had remained silent, and the realization troubled him deeply. When a flight attendant offered him a drink, he asked for her name and the airline's customer feedback email. "I need to report what I saw," he explained. "That young woman deserves justice." As the flight continued, what no one on board realized was that they had become unwitting participants in a drama that extended far beyond the confines of the aircraft. While they crossed the Atlantic, forces were being mobilized on both sides of the ocean, forces that would transform a single act of violence into a corporate earthquake. Back in New York, Thomas Rivera was coordinating a response team that now included legal experts, PR specialists, aviation consultants, and financial analysts. Every aspect of Aura Airlines was being scrutinized, every weakness identified, every opportunity for leverage cataloged. Meanwhile, in London, journalists were already assembling at Heathrow, responding to tips about an incident on an incoming Aura flight. Airport officials had been alerted to a potential situation requiring their attention upon arrival. and the FAA had initiated a preliminary inquiry requesting that Captain Victor Reynolds be held for questioning upon landing. As Flight 219 began its initial descent into London Heathrow, the passengers fastened their seatbelts, unaware that they were about to land in the center of a perfect storm, one that had been meticulously engineered by the woman who had been forced to leave the plane before it ever took off. I want you to consider this question. Have you ever witnessed someone abuse their authority? What was your response? The passengers on Flight 219 each made different choices. Some recorded evidence, others planned to report what they saw, and some stayed silent. Their individual decisions would collectively contribute to what happens next. The next morning, London was draped in its typical gray drizzle. In a gleaming tower in Canary Wharf, Daniel Blackwood, the CEO of Airlines, was having a spectacular day. He stood before his executive board in a room with a panoramic view of the city, his hands gesturing emphatically at a series of upward-trending charts on a massive screen. "As you can see, gentlemen," he said, his voice smooth and confident, "our Q3 passenger satisfaction scores are up by 12%. Our on-time departure rates are the best in the industry. The Aura brand is not just recovering, it's soaring." Blackwood was a man who lived and breathed brand identity. At 49, he was handsome, charismatic, and impeccably dressed in a Savile Row suit. He saw Aura Airlines not as a transportation company, but as a curator of luxury experiences. He was brilliant at marketing, passable at logistics, and completely oblivious to the rot that could fester in the deeper levels of his own company. He knew, of course, about the airline's silent majority owner. He knew they were represented by a notoriously ruthless firm called Helios Ventures, and he knew their lead counsel, Thomas Rivera, was a man you did not want to receive a call from. But the arrangement had been perfect for him. The owner remained anonymous, pouring in capital and demanding only one thing in return: results. And Blackwood was delivering those results, or at least he was delivering the appearance of results which in his mind amounted to the same thing. Beneath his confident exterior, however, Blackwood carried his own insecurities. The son of a small-town insurance salesman, he had climbed the corporate ladder through charm and cunning rather than authentic leadership. He had developed a masterful ability to take credit for successes and distance himself from failures. The image he projected of the bold visionary CEO was carefully constructed to hide his fundamental fear that he was an imposter who would eventually be exposed. As the meeting continued, Blackwood outlined his vision for the upcoming quarter. "We're seeing exceptional traction with our new Elevate campaign. Bookings for our premium cabins are up 17% year over year, and our customer retention rate for first and business class is at an all-time high of 88%. The board members nodded approvingly. Numbers didn't lie, and these numbers painted a picture of a company on the rise. None of them noticed Blackwood's personal assistant slip quietly into the room until she placed a tablet in front of him with an urgent message flagged in red. From legal subject, urgent. Helios Ventures. Mr. Rivera has invoked Emergency Clause 17B. An emergency virtual board meeting has been called for 11 Zubura GMT. Attendance is mandatory. Blackwood felt a jolt of ice water in his veins. Clause 17B. He vaguely recalled his legal team briefing him on it when the Helios deal was finalized. It was a doomsday provision, something so extreme it was considered a mere formality. It effectively gave the majority owner the power to seize control of the company under extraordinary circumstances. The blood drained from his face as he continued reading. All executive authority is suspended pending the meeting. This action follows an incident on Flight 219 JFK LHR involving Captain Victor Reynolds and a passenger. Flight 219 Reynolds. Blackwood's mind raced. There had been a minor incident report in his morning briefing, something about a disruptive passenger being removed before takeoff. Standard procedure, nothing to warrant this kind of nuclear response. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said to the board, his confident smile faltering for the first time. "A pressing matter has arisen. We'll reconvene this afternoon." He rushed back to his office, his heart hammering against his ribs. What could have possibly happened? A plane crash? A massive FAA fine? He dialed his head of legal, a perpetually worried man named George. George, what in God's name is happening? Helios just invoked the apocalypse clause. I don't know. Daniel. George replied, his voice tiny over the speakerphone. Rivera's office is impenetrable. They just said there was a catastrophic failure in operational integrity and that all executive authority is suspended until the 1100 a.m. meeting. They're demanding the presence of the head of flight operations and the pilot union representative as well. As Blackwood was trying to process this, another call came through. It was from his operations manager at Heathrow. Mr. Blackwood, sir, we have a situation. The FAA has requested that Captain Reynolds from yesterday's Flight 219 be held for questioning. They're citing an ongoing investigation into a pilot-initiated incident. Blackwood felt the floor drop out from beneath him. What kind of incident? The report I saw mentioned a disruptive passenger who was removed before takeoff. Sir, that appears to have been incomplete. There are videos circulating online. Several first-class passengers are speaking to journalists outside the terminal. They're using words like assault and battery. One passenger claims the captain physically struck a female passenger who questioned his authority. Jesus Christ, Blackwood whispered. Get me that video and get me Reynolds. Where is he? He's in a private room at the terminal, sir. Security is with him. I spoke to him briefly. He's defensive. Says he was maintaining order and that the passenger was threatening flight safety. Blackwood slammed his hand on his mahogany desk. A single arrogant pilot was about to torpedo his entire career. But he was still convinced this was a containable PR crisis, an overzealous captain, an unfortunate incident. They would issue a profound apology, offer the wronged passenger a lifetime of free flights, and fire Reynolds in a very public, dramatic fashion. It was manageable. As he was formulating his crisis response, his direct line rang. It was Charlotte Wilson, his head of public relations. Daniel. We have a serious problem, she said, without preamble. Harold Jenkins from Skyline just gave an interview to Aviation Weekly, claiming he's in talks with Helios about acquiring our assets. What? That's absurd. Helios would never sell to Skyline. There's more. Skyline is running targeted ads offering special incentives to Aura frequent flyers to switch loyalty programs. They're explicitly referencing recent incidents and promising a safer, more respectful flying experience. They're moving awfully fast, Blackwood muttered, almost as if they knew this was coming. That's not all, Charlotte continued. I just got a call from HR. 6 of our senior pilots received recruitment offers from Skyline this morning. The timing can't be coincidental. Blackwood's mind was racing. Skyline wasn't just an opportunistic vulture. They were actively exploiting the situation. But how had they learned about the incident so quickly? And why were they so confident that Helios would be willing to sell Charlotte? I need you to find out who's leaking information to Skyline. Someone inside Aura is feeding them details, and I want to know who. I'll start digging, she promised. He had absolutely no idea that the disruptive passenger and the silent, all-powerful owner who had just frozen his company were one and the same person. He was walking into the 11:00 a.m. meeting, armed with a water pistol, about to face a tactical nuclear strike. He was a man sleepwalking into his own execution, utterly oblivious to the identity of his executioner. In his moment of crisis, Blackwood reverted to what he knew best, managing perception rather than addressing reality. He immediately began drafting 2 statements, a public one condemning Reynolds' actions, and a private one to the board, emphasizing that this was an isolated incident, not indicative of broader cultural issues. Deep down, however, a part of him knew better. He had heard whispers about Reynolds' behavior before. He had seen the patterns in crew assignments, with certain flight attendants refusing to work with specific captains. He had dismissed these as personality conflicts, operational details beneath his notice. Now those ignored warning signs were coming back to haunt him. For the first time in his career, Daniel Blackwood was facing a crisis he couldn't charm or spin his way out of. And the most terrifying part was that he had no idea just how deep the abyss truly was. While Daniel Blackwood scrambled to contain what he still believed was a manageable PR crisis, the digital world was already ablaze with videos of the incident. Sophie Whitman had been the first to upload her footage, sharing it directly to her private network of influential friends and former colleagues in corporate law. Within hours, it had been viewed by senior partners at 3 of the largest law firms in London, a retired judge and 2 members of Parliament. Michael, the tech executive, had taken a different approach. He had edited his video for maximum impact, adding captions that highlighted Reynolds' most egregious statements, then uploaded it to multiple social platforms simultaneously the moment the plane landed. By the time he reached his hotel, it had been viewed over 50,000 times. Jessica, the travel blogger with a modest but dedicated following, had posted her scathing account embedding Michael's video and adding her own commentary. "I witnessed a captain physically assault a woman for questioning his authority. This isn't just bad service, it's criminal behavior." The videos showed the confrontation in unflinching detail. Reynolds looming over Zara, his aggressive posture, his condescending tone, and finally the shocking moment of impact, his open hand striking her face with enough force to snap her head to the side. Equally damning was Zara's composed response, and her dignified exit contrasted with Reynolds' attempts to justify his actions. But perhaps the most powerful element was Zara's final words. "Today you command a plane. Tomorrow, I'll command your future." The phrase had already become a hashtag #CommandYourFuture, rallying victims of workplace abuse across industries. Major news outlets had picked up the story. Airline captain assaults. Female passenger in first class read the headline on CNN's website. The BBC was more measured, allegations of assault on Aura Airlines flight investigation underway. But the most damaging coverage came from aviation industry publications, which focused on the implications for safety and corporate culture. Pilot behavior raises questions about Aura. Airlines oversight protocols. In the Aura Airlines PR department, phones were ringing off the hook. Journalists were demanding statements. Social media was exploding with outrage, and customer service was fielding calls from concerned passengers asking if they should cancel their upcoming flights. Charlotte Wilson, the head of corporate communications, had already drafted 3 different apology statements, each more contrite than the last. But she couldn't release any of them without approval from legal and the CEO, both of whom seemed to have vanished into emergency meetings. She watched in horror as hashtags began trending: @Aura assault, @boycott, Aura, #first-class violence. Celebrities were weighing in, calling for boycotts. Aviation unions were issuing statements condemning the use of physical force against passengers. Competitors were carefully distancing themselves, issuing their own statements reaffirming their commitment to passenger safety and respect. Amidst the chaos, Charlotte received a call from an unfamiliar number. She answered hesitantly. "Ms. Wilson, this is Raquel Martinez from Skyline International's public relations team." Charlotte's guard immediately went up. Skyline was their biggest competitor, and Martinez was known for her aggressive tactics. "I'm rather busy at the moment, Raquel," Charlotte replied coolly. "I'll bet you are," Martinez said, her tone dripping with false sympathy. "I just wanted to offer some professional courtesy. Our CEO, Harold Jenkins, has been in talks with representatives of Helios Ventures about a potential acquisition of Aura's assets once your stock bottoms out. We're preparing a statement about maintaining routes and honoring existing bookings during the transition." The blood drained from Charlotte's face. "That's ridiculous. Helios would never sell to Skyline. Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But these aren't normal circumstances, are they? Word is that Ms. Mitchell was personally involved in yesterday's incident." "Ms. Mitchell?" Charlotte echoed, confused. Martinez paused. You don't know, do you, Zara Mitchell, the owner of Helios Ventures, the woman your captain slapped?" Charlotte ended the call without another word, her mind reeling. If what Martinez had said was true, if the passenger Reynolds had assaulted was actually their majority owner, then this wasn't just a PR crisis. It was an extinction-level event. As she pondered whether to share this information with Blackwood immediately or investigate further, her assistant burst into her office. "Charlotte, you need to see this," he said, holding up his tablet. "Someone just leaked internal emails to Aviation Weekly." She grabbed the tablet and froze. On the screen was a series of emails between flight operations managers discussing previous complaints against Reynolds and other senior pilots. The most damning was from Blackwood himself, dated 6 months earlier, dismissing a formal complaint against Reynolds as crew drama and instructing HR to handle it quietly. "Who leaked this?" Charlotte demanded. Her assistant shrugged helplessly. "No one knows. But it gets worse. Skyline just announced a special recruitment program specifically targeting Aura pilots and flight attendants. They're offering signing bonuses and guaranteed higher salaries." Charlotte collapsed into her chair. This wasn't just a crisis. It was a coordinated attack. Skyline wasn't merely exploiting the situation. They were actively working to dismantle Aura from the inside. But how had they obtained internal emails? And how did they know so quickly about Reynolds' assault? She picked up her phone to call Blackwood, but stopped mid-dial. Something wasn't adding up. Martinez had mentioned Zara Mitchell, but Charlotte had never heard that name associated with Helios Ventures. Their dealings had always been through Thomas Rivera. Was it possible that Skyline was deliberately spreading misinformation to create panic? She put down the phone and instead opened her laptop, typing Zara Mitchell Helios into the search bar. The results were sparse, but revealing a few mentions in business journals, a brief profile in Forbes from 3 years earlier, and several photos of a young black woman receiving innovation awards. The same woman who, according to witnesses, had been slapped by Captain Reynolds. "Oh my God," Charlotte whispered. "It's true." At Heathrow Airport, a crowd of journalists had gathered outside the terminal where Victor Reynolds was being held. Airport security had been forced to create a perimeter to prevent them from approaching the Aura Airlines counters, where confused staff tried to continue normal operations amidst the chaos. Victor Reynolds sat in a small room flanked by 2 security officers and a union representative who had been hastily dispatched to the scene. His phone had been confiscated upon landing standard procedure for an FAA investigation, so he was unaware of the digital firestorm swirling around him. But he could sense from the grim faces of those around him that something had gone very wrong. "This is ridiculous," he muttered for the 10th time. "She was disrupting pre-flight procedures. She was questioning my authority to operate the aircraft. That constitutes a security concern." The union representative, a weary man named Frank, sighed heavily. "Victor, I've seen the videos. Multiple videos from multiple angles. You struck a passenger. That's not a security protocol. That's assault." "Videos," Reynolds paled. "What videos?" Frank pulled out his tablet and showed Reynolds the footage that was now circulating globally. Watching himself from this new perspective, seeing his rage, his intimidating posture, the shocking violence of the slap, Reynolds felt the first true wave of fear wash over him. It looked nothing like maintaining order or protecting the flight. It looked exactly like what it was, a man abusing his power because his ego had been bruised. "The airline will back me up," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "She was disruptive. She knew things about me, personal things. She was threatening." Frank shook his head. "The airline is going to throw you under the bus, Victor. They have no choice. The only question is whether I can negotiate some kind of severance package for you or if you're going to face criminal charges." As the reality of his situation began to sink in, Reynolds slumped in his chair. His career, his identity, his future, all hanging by a thread because of 5 seconds of uncontrolled rage. What he still didn't realize was that the woman he had struck wasn't just any passenger. She was the one person in the world with both the motivation and the means to dismantle not just his career, but the entire corporate structure that had enabled his behavior for years. Back in his hotel room, James Sullivan watched the viral videos of the incident with a mixture of validation and regret. He had done the right thing by documenting what happened, but he couldn't help wondering if he could have done more to prevent it. As a first officer, he had been trained to defer to the captain in all matters. But at what point did professional respect become complicity in wrongdoing? His phone rang. It was an unmarked number. Mr. Sullivan. This is Thomas Rivera from Helios Ventures. We represent the majority shareholder of Aura Airlines. We'd like to discuss yesterday's incident in detail. Your perspective would be invaluable. Sullivan took a deep breath. This was the moment of truth, the line between his old life of quiet compliance and a new path of active integrity. I'll tell you everything I saw, he said, and everything I should have done differently. At 10:30 a.m., 30 minutes before the emergency board meeting, the Aura Airlines executive team was in disarray. They had assembled in a conference room adjacent to the boardroom, each attempting to prepare for what they now understood was an existential crisis. Daniel Blackwood paced the length of the room, his earlier confidence replaced by barely controlled panic. He had watched the videos. He had read the social media storm. He had seen the news coverage. The damage was catastrophic and expanding by the minute. How did this happen? He demanded, not for the first time. How does a senior captain with 30 years of experience physically assault a passenger and none of our protocols prevented it? George. The head legal counsel cleared his throat. We've been reviewing Reynolds's file. There were warning signs. What kind of warning signs? Blackwood stopped pacing. 3 formal complaints for aggressive behavior over the past 5 years. All resolved internally through the union's mediation process. None resulted in disciplinary action. Jesus Christ, Blackwood muttered. And we kept him flying. He's one of our most experienced captains, offered Harold Jenkins, the head of flight operations. His technical skills are impeccable. And frankly, the union protects these senior pilots. It's almost impossible to discipline them unless they fail a drug test or violate a clear safety protocol. Well, he violated a pretty clear protocol when he slapped a passenger across the face. Blackwood exploded. And now Helios Ventures has invoked Clause 17B, which means our majority owner is about to skin us alive in... He checked his watch, 25 minutes. Charlotte entered the room, her face ashen. Daniel, we need to talk. Privately. Blackwood followed her into a small adjoining office, closing the door behind them. What is it? Please tell me you have some good news. I've confirmed that the passenger Reynolds assaulted is Zara Mitchell, the owner of Helios Ventures, our majority shareholder. Blackwood staggered slightly, reaching for the edge of the desk to steady himself. You're certain? Absolutely. And there's more. I believe we have a mole, someone feeding information to Skyline. They knew about the incident almost immediately, and they've obtained internal emails discussing previous complaints against Reynolds. They're using this to poach our staff and customers. Blackwood's mind raced. Who has access to both the complaint files and contact with Skyline? Charlotte hesitated. Several people, but my money's on Robert Nash. Nash, the VP of Operations. He's been with us for 15 years, and Skyline just announced a new VP position with a compensation package that would be very attractive to someone looking to jump ship before it sinks. Blackwood ran a hand through his hair. This just keeps getting worse. Let's get back to the team. We need to present a united front in this meeting. As they rejoined the group, the mood was grim. The room fell silent as the executives turned expectantly to their CEO. We need to go into this meeting with complete transparency, Blackwood said, his voice steadier than he felt. No excuses, no spin. We acknowledge the failure, accept responsibility, and present a comprehensive plan for reform. George looked skeptical. Daniel, with all due respect, That's not how these things usually work. The standard playbook is to isolate the incident, contain the damage, and move on. This isn't a standard situation, Blackwood retorted. The passenger Reynolds assaulted is Zara Mitchell herself, the owner of Helios Ventures, our majority shareholder. The room erupted in shocked exclamations. For some executives, this was the first confirmation of what they had feared. For others, it was an entirely new and terrifying revelation. There's more, Blackwood continued once the initial shock had subsided. We believe someone inside Aura is actively feeding information to Skyline. They're using this crisis to undermine us from within. Robert Nash. A thin man with wire-rimmed glasses shifted uncomfortably in his seat. That's a serious accusation, Daniel. Do you have any evidence? Not yet. Blackwood admitted, watching Nash carefully. But we will. In the meantime, I want everyone to understand the gravity of what we're facing. This isn't just about saving our jobs. It's about whether Aura Airlines will continue to exist at all. He turned to face each executive in turn. If you have any information that could be relevant, anything that might help us understand how we got here, or how we can move forward now, is the time to share it. We cannot go into this meeting with hidden agendas or secrets. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, broken only by the soft ping of an incoming email on George's tablet. He glanced at it, then looked up, his expression grim. The virtual board meeting link is live. Mr. Rivera is waiting. And there's another participant listed. Z. Mitchell. Daniel Blackwood felt as if the floor had dropped out from under him. His worst fears were confirmed. He straightened his tie, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the music. But as he and his team filed into the boardroom to join the virtual meeting, they still had no idea of the full extent of the reckoning that awaited them. As the executives took their seats, Robert Nash slipped out his phone and sent a quick text. Meeting starting now. Full damage control mode. Mitchell confirmed as owner. They suspect a leak. The response came almost immediately. Delete this thread. Stand by for further instructions. Nash pocketed the phone, his face betraying nothing as he took his seat for what promised to be the most consequential meeting of his career. At precisely 11 a.m. GMT, a secure video conference link went live. On the screen, a dozen windows popped up, each containing the grim, anxious face of an Aura Airlines executive. Daniel Blackwood was in the center, flanked by George and Charlotte. Harold Jenkins was patched in from another office, looking pale. Frank, the pilot union representative, a bulldog of a man, looked defiant and ready for a fight. One window on the grid remained black, labeled only Helios Ventures. The tension was thick enough to taste. They waited for 2 full minutes. Nothing happened. The silence was a power move designed to unnerve them, and it was working perfectly. Finally, the black window flickered to life. The face that appeared was that of Thomas Rivera, seated in a minimalist office with a view of Central Park behind him. He looked calm, rested, and about as friendly as a shark. "Good morning, gentlemen, ladies," Thomas began, his voice smooth as silk and just as strong. "Thank you for joining us. We are here today because of a catastrophic incident that occurred yesterday on Aura Airlines Flight 219, an asset of my client." Daniel Blackwood immediately jumped in, adopting his most conciliatory, in-control CEO voice. "Thomas Daniel Blackwood here. Let me be the first to say that we are taking this matter with the utmost seriousness. The actions of Captain Reynolds were unacceptable, and I can assure you that we have already begun the process of terminating his employment. This was an isolated incident, the regrettable action of one bad actor." Thomas held up a single manicured finger, and Blackwood's voice trailed off as if he'd been muted. Daniel Thomas said, his tone chillingly polite. "You will speak when I invite you to speak. Right now, you will listen. You seem to be under the misapprehension that this is a negotiation or a damage control session. It is not. This is a debriefing on the failure of your leadership and the subsequent restructuring of your company." Frank, the union rep, bristled. "Now hold on a minute. Captain Reynolds is a 30-year veteran. He's entitled to due process. We haven't even heard his side of the story." "His side of the story is irrelevant." Thomas cut in sharply, "because we have something better. We have video." He shared his screen. The shaky but horribly clear cell phone footage filled the virtual meeting room. They all watched in stunned silence as the confrontation unfolded. They saw Reynolds lean in. They saw him snarl. They saw Zara stand up to him. They heard her calm, precise takedown of his professional record. And then they saw the slap. The sickening crack was audible even through the laptop speakers. A collective groan went through the executives. Blackwood buried his face in his hands. It was infinitely worse than he had imagined. As you can see, Thomas continued removing the video. This was not a disruptive passenger. This was a gross abuse of power, a physical assault, and a complete failure of every protocol your airline purports to uphold. The passenger in question was calm, rational, and was in fact attempting to de-escalate your captain's unhinged tirade. Blackwood saw his opening a chance to show he was on the right side. "This is indefensible," he said, his voice filled with theatrical outrage. "Aura Airlines has a zero-tolerance policy for this kind of behavior. We will, of course, be reaching out to the victim to offer our deepest apologies and a comprehensive compensation package." Thomas Rivera smiled. It was not a pleasant sight. "I'm glad you brought that up, Daniel, because my client felt it was important that you deliver your apology to her directly. She has decided to join this meeting." A sense of confusion rippled through the executives. Why would the victim of the assault be in a high-level emergency board meeting? Another window on the grid, previously black, flickered on. The camera activated, revealing the face of Zara Mitchell. She was in what looked like a home office, a simple white wall behind her. She wore a plain black turtleneck. The lighting was perfect, and it did nothing to hide the faint yellowish-purple bruise that was now visible on her left cheek. Daniel Blackwood stared at the screen. His brain stuttered. He recognized her instantly from the video, the woman in the hoodie, the victim. He opened his mouth to offer his carefully rehearsed, heartfelt apology. But before he could utter a word, Thomas Rivera spoke again, his voice ringing with grim finality. "Gentlemen, ladies, allow me to formally introduce you to the principal owner of Helios Ventures, the silent backer of this airline and the woman your pilot assaulted yesterday. This is Ms. Zara Mitchell. She owns 58% of your company, Daniel. You work for her." The world tilted on its axis. Every jaw in the virtual room dropped. Frank looked like he'd been tasered. George, the head of legal, went completely white. Daniel Blackwood felt the floor drop out from beneath him. His mind frantically tried to connect the dots, the girl in the hoodie, the calm defiance, the encyclopedic knowledge of Reynolds' record, the "this will be handled," the invocation of Clause 17B. It all slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. The disruptive passenger he had been planning to buy off with a few first-class tickets was the invisible billionaire who held his entire career in the palm of her hand. He looked from Thomas Rivera's smug face to Zara's bruised, impassive one. The polished, charismatic CEO persona dissolved, replaced by the raw, primal fear of a man staring into the face of his own professional ruin. He had not just failed his company. He had allowed his company to physically assault its own queen. For a full 30 seconds, the only sound in the virtual meeting was the frantic, panicked breathing of a dozen executives. They were all staring at the face of Zara Mitchell, a face they had seen only moments before in a grainy video, a face they now understood represented the ultimate authority. In that moment of stunned silence, something unexpected happened inside Daniel Blackwood. Beyond the fear, beyond the calculation of how to save his career, a flicker of genuine shame ignited. For the first time in years, he confronted the reality that his polished exterior, His carefully crafted persona of the confident leader had been covering a fundamental emptiness. He had focused so intently on how things appeared that he had lost sight of what they actually were. It was a disturbing revelation, but also, in some strange way, a liberating one. The mask had been ripped away. There was nowhere left to hide. In the silence, Robert Nash's phone vibrated in his pocket. He discreetly checked the message. Crucial meeting at Skyline HQ tomorrow 9 a.m. Bring the data we discussed. Nash swallowed hard. He had been playing both sides, feeding information to Skyline while maintaining his position at Aura. Now, with Zara Mitchell personally involved, the stakes had risen exponentially. His betrayal was no longer just corporate espionage. It was a direct attack on the owner herself. He looked at her face on the screen and felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Finally, Zara spoke. Her voice was not loud, not filled with rage or emotion. It was something far more terrifying. It was calm, measured, and utterly devoid of mercy. It was the voice of a scientist observing a failed experiment. Mr. Blackwood, she began, her eyes locking onto his through the camera. For 2 years, I have allowed you to run my company. I have read your reports, listened to your optimistic projections, and approved your budgets. I trusted that the culture you were building, the aura of excellence you so fondly describe in your press releases, was more than just marketing copy. She paused, letting the words hang in the air. Yesterday I learned that it is a lie, a dangerous, toxic lie. She turned her head slightly, making sure the bruise on her cheek was fully visible. This, she said, gesturing to her face, is not my injury. This is your quarterly report. This is the result of a culture where arrogance is mistaken for authority, where employees feel empowered to abuse customers based on their appearance. This is a symptom of your failed leadership. Daniel Blackwood found his voice a weak, reedy thing he barely recognized. Ms. Mitchell Zara. I am horrified. I am speechless. There are no words to express how profoundly sorry I am. This is a betrayal of everything we stand for. Stop, Zara commanded, cutting him off mid-grovel. Do not tell me what you stand for. I will tell you what you stand for. You stand for a system that protected a pilot with 3 prior complaints of aggression. You stand for a system where a flight attendant, Maria Gonzalez, was too intimidated to intervene against her superior despite her training. You stand for a system where not a single other first-class passenger felt safe enough to step in until after an assault had already occurred. Your system is broken, Mr. Blackwood, from the top down. She then turned her attention to the union representative. Mr. Franklin, your union will not be representing Victor Reynolds. Helios Ventures' legal team will be filing a civil suit against him for assault and battery. Furthermore, we will be providing the FAA with evidence and testimony that will ensure his pilot's license is permanently revoked. If your union attempts to obstruct this process in any way, I will interpret it as a direct endorsement of his actions, and I will begin the process of exploring contract renegotiations with a different labor group. Is that clear? Frank? The bulldog looked utterly deflated. He had come prepared to fight for his pilot. He now understood he was fighting a tidal wave. He simply nodded mute. Zara's gaze swept across the screen, pausing briefly on Robert Nash. There's another matter that requires immediate attention. We have identified a security breach within Aura Airlines. Someone has been feeding confidential information to Skyline International. Nash froze, his blood turning to ice. How could she possibly know, effective immediately? Zara continued, all executive communications will be conducted through a secure platform provided by Helios. All personal devices are to be surrendered for a security audit. The breach will be identified and addressed with appropriate legal action. Nash felt the eyes of his colleagues sliding toward him. Suspicion hung in the air like smoke. Finally, Zara's cold, calculating gaze returned to Daniel Blackwood. I have 2 options, Daniel. The first is that I liquidate my majority stake. I sell all 58% of my shares at once. The market will panic, the stock will plummet to nothing, and Aura Airlines will cease to exist by Christmas. The board will be disgraced, you will be unemployed, and thousands of people will lose their jobs. She let that sink in. The color drained from Blackwood's face. The second option, she continued, is that you remain for now as a figurehead CEO, but your authority is revoked. From this moment on, you answer to me, and we are going to burn the old Aura Airlines to the ground and build something new from the ashes. She laid out her terms, each one a hammer blow to the company's old way of doing business. First, Victor Reynolds is, as of this second, fired for cause with a public statement detailing his actions. His pension is forfeit as per the gross misconduct clause in his contract. Second, you will establish a new independent civilian oversight and inclusivity board. It will have final authority on hiring, firing, and training protocols for all staff from pilots to gate agents. Its first director will be a candidate of my choosing. Third, you will immediately implement the Sanctuary Cabin Protocol. Any employee who reports misconduct by a superior will be granted immediate anonymous protection from retaliation with their case reviewed by the new Oversight Board, not their direct managers. Fourth, Maria Gonzalez. The flight attendant from Flight 219 is to be given a promotion and a substantial bonus. She will also be offered a lead role in developing the new cabin crew de-escalation training program. We reward competence and courage. Finally, she said, leaning slightly closer to her camera, you will issue a public company-wide apology. In it, you will not mention a disruptive passenger. You will state clearly that a pilot assaulted a black woman in first class and that the company failed her and its own standards completely. We will not hide behind vague language. We will own our failure. As Zara listed her demands, something unexpected happened to Daniel Blackwood. Instead of the familiar panic of a man trying to save his career, he felt a strange sense of relief. For years, he had been playing a role maintaining the illusion of the confident, in-control CEO, while knowing deep down that he was often making decisions based on appearance rather than substance. Now faced with Zara's clear-eyed assessment of his failures, he felt the burden of pretense lifting. She leaned back. You have 60 seconds to accept these terms, Daniel. If you do not, my broker has a standing order to begin the sell-off at 11:15 a.m. It wasn't a choice. It was a surrender. Daniel Blackwood, the smooth, confident CEO, was broken. He looked at the faces of his fellow executives, seeing his own terror mirrored back at him. They all knew their careers, their fortunes, their entire professional lives now depended on the will of the woman in the black turtleneck. We accept, Blackwood croaked, his voice barely a whisper. We accept all of your terms. But then, surprising even himself, he added, and Ms. Mitchell, if I may, you're right, about all of it. I've been focused on the appearance of excellence rather than its reality. I've allowed a culture of impunity to flourish under my watch. If you're willing to give us a chance to be part of the solution, I promise you'll see a different kind of leadership from me going forward. Zara Mitchell gave a single sharp nod, her expression unchanged. Was there a flicker of something surprise, perhaps, in her eyes? It was impossible to tell. One more thing, she said. I am aware that Skyline International is actively attempting to poach Aura employees and customers. They have been fed information from within this organization. I want the person responsible identified and removed by the end of the day. All eyes turned to Robert Nash, who had gone deathly pale. Thomas will send the detailed implementation guidelines within the hour. I expect the public statement regarding Reynolds to be released by noon. The company-wide apology will follow at 3 p.m. The new Oversight Board will be operational within 7 days. I will be monitoring progress directly. She paused, then added, This isn't personal, Mr. Blackwood. This is correction. My company lost its way. I'm simply bringing it back on course. With that, her window went dark. Thomas Rivera remained visible just long enough to say, "My team will be in touch with the implementation details," before he too disappeared. The shell-shocked executives stared at each other across the digital void. No one spoke. No one needed to. They had just witnessed the corporate equivalent of a guillotine, and they were all still checking to make sure their heads remained attached. Daniel Blackwood closed his laptop slowly, as if in a trance. His career, his reputation, his authority all lay in ruins around him. And yet he still had a job. He was still CEO, if in name only. He had 60 minutes to draft and release a statement that would publicly execute Victor Reynolds' career. Then he had to prepare a humiliating self-flagellation for the entire company to witness. As he rose from his chair, a strange calm descended over him. The terror of the unknown was gone, replaced by the certainty of harsh consequences. There was, he realized, a peculiar freedom in that. For the first time in years, he didn't have to pretend. The mask of confident leadership had been ripped away, and beneath it, he was just a man who had failed spectacularly and was being given one last chance to make it right. He turned to his team. "You heard, Ms. Mitchell. We have work to do." Then he looked directly at Robert Nash. "And I believe you and I need to have a conversation about your communications with Skyline." Nash's face crumpled. The game was up. As the executives filed out, each lost in their own thoughts, Blackwood felt something unexpected stirring within him. Not resentment or fear, but a strange sense of possibility. The company he had led with smoke and mirrors was about to be transformed into something authentic. And perhaps, just perhaps, so was he. Victor Reynolds sat alone in his London hotel room, a half-empty bottle of whiskey on the nightstand beside him. The television was on, but muted, showing a CNN news segment. His own face stared back at him from the screen alongside footage from the now viral video of the assault. The ticker at the bottom read, "Aura Airlines pilot fired after assaulting female passenger." His phone had been buzzing incessantly for hours. Journalists, former colleagues. His union representative who had called earlier to inform him with barely concealed disgust that the union would not be representing him in any legal proceedings. And his wife, who had left a voice message that still echoed in his mind. "How could you, Victor? How could you do this to us?" He hadn't answered any of the calls. What could he possibly say? The evidence was there for the world to see. In 5 seconds of uncontrolled rage, he had destroyed a 30-year career, jeopardized his pension, and exposed himself to civil and possibly criminal charges. The airline's statement had been brutal in its clarity. Aura Airlines has terminated the employment of Captain Victor Reynolds, effective immediately following his physical assault of a passenger on Flight 219. This behavior violates our most fundamental standards and represents a gross breach of trust. We condemn his actions in the strongest possible terms and are cooperating fully with all investigations. No euphemisms, no mutual separation, no regrettable incident. They had cut him loose with surgical precision, making it clear that he alone was responsible for his actions. His FAA license had been suspended pending a full investigation, but Reynolds knew it was a formality. The license would be permanently revoked. No airline would ever let him near a cockpit again. As he poured another drink with trembling hands, his mind kept returning to the woman he had struck. Who was she? How had she known the details of his personnel file? The news hadn't mentioned her name, referring to her only as a female passenger, but the company's response had been so swift, so severe, that it didn't add up. It was as if he had assaulted royalty. A knock at the door startled him. He ignored it at first, but the knocking persisted. Reluctantly, he rose and opened the door to find Frank, the union representative, standing there. The man looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Can I come in?" Frank asked. Reynolds stepped aside wordlessly, allowing him to enter. "I've got news," Frank said, not bothering to sit down. "And you're not going to like it." "What could possibly be worse than what's already happened?" Reynolds asked bitterly. "The passenger you assaulted. She owns the airline. Zara Mitchell. billionaire tech entrepreneur, majority shareholder of Aura Airlines through her investment firm Helios Ventures. Reynolds felt the room spin around him. That's not possible," he stammered. "It's not just possible, it's fact. She was flying anonymously to assess the airline's service. And you slapped her across the face because she put a water glass on an armrest instead of a coaster." Reynolds collapsed into a chair, the full weight of his situation finally crashing down on him. "Oh my God," he whispered. "It gets worse," Frank continued, his voice flat. "She's filing a civil suit against you personally, not just the airline. And her legal team, which is formidable, is providing evidence to the FAA to ensure your license is permanently revoked." The union Reynolds began. "The union can't help you." Frank cut him off. "Won't help you. This isn't a gray area, Victor. This isn't a dispute over working conditions or a technical violation. You physically assaulted a passenger. It's on video. Multiple videos. The union has officially distanced itself from you." He paused. "Frankly, so has everyone else. So I'm alone," Reynolds said, his voice hollow. "Yes, you're alone." Frank moved toward the door. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry it ended this way. 30 years in the air, and this is how people will remember you." He opened the door. "The airline is booking you on a flight back to New York tomorrow. Commercial economy class. It'll be the last time you're on a plane as anything other than a passenger." With that, he left, closing the door softly behind him. Reynolds sat motionless, staring at the wall. Outside his window, a steady rain fell on London, matching his tears as they finally began to flow. The magnitude of his fall from respected captain to pariah in less than 24 hours was impossible to comprehend fully. As night fell, Victor Reynolds was confronted with a truth he had avoided his entire career. The authority he had clutched so desperately had never truly been his. It had been loaned to him by the uniform, by the system, by the culture that protected men like him. And in one moment of unchecked rage, he had squandered it all. In the solitude of his hotel room, he was forced to look inward for the first time in decades. The man he saw there, angry, entitled, afraid, was a stranger to him. Had he always been this way? Had the power gone to his head so gradually that he hadn't noticed his own transformation, or had the uniform simply allowed him to express what had always been there beneath the surface? The most painful realization was that his behavior on Flight 219 hadn't been an aberration. It had been the culmination of years of smaller abuses, of moments when he had chosen power over empathy, authority over respect. The slap wasn't the disease. It was merely the most visible symptom. As midnight approached, Reynolds picked up his phone and for the first time listened to the voice messages that had accumulated. Colleagues expressing shock, friends distancing themselves. His son, voice breaking, asking simply, "Dad, what did you do?" The last message was from his wife. "Victor." She began, her voice steady but cold. "I've been watching the news. I've seen the video. I don't recognize the man in that footage. I'm staying with my sister for now. Don't try to contact me until you've figured out who you really are and how you're going to make this right." Reynolds set down the phone, a strange calm settling over him. Everything was gone. His career, his reputation, possibly his marriage. There was nothing left to lose, nothing left to protect. And in that stripping away, he found a kind of clarity. He couldn't undo what he had done. He couldn't erase the harm he had caused. But perhaps he could finally confront the truth about himself, the insecurity behind the bluster, the fear behind the rage. Perhaps he could begin the long, painful process of becoming someone different, someone better. It wasn't redemption. It was too late for that. But it might be the beginning of understanding. He picked up a pen and began to write not an apology or a justification, but an honest accounting. "My name is Victor Reynolds, and yesterday I assaulted a woman because she challenged my authority. The words flowed painful but necessary, a first step on a journey he had never intended to take, but now had no choice but to follow. 2 days later, he received an unexpected call from a woman named Dr. Lucia Ramirez. She introduced herself as the new head of Aura's oversight board and made a surprising request: would he be willing to participate in the development of new training materials, sharing his perspective on how authority could be misused. "Why would you want my input?" he asked, bewildered. "I'm the villain in this story. Because understanding how and why something happens is the first step to preventing it," she replied. "Your experience, painful as it is, could help ensure this never happens again." Reynolds was silent for a long moment. "I'd have to be completely honest," he finally said. "About everything. My behavior, my justifications, my failures. That's precisely what we need," Dr. Ramirez assured him. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't redemption. But it was a chance to transform his disgrace into something constructive. A chance to ensure that his legacy wasn't just the man who slapped a passenger, but also the man who helped change a toxic culture. "I'll do it," he said quietly. The announcement came at precisely 3 p.m. London time, simultaneously broadcast to all Aura Airlines employees worldwide via email internal communication channels and an emergency all-hands video conference. Daniel Blackwood appeared on screens across the globe, his usual polished charisma replaced by a somber, almost penitent demeanor. "Today I speak to you not as a CEO celebrating success, but as a leader acknowledging failure," he began, his voice steady despite the humiliation burning within him. "Yesterday, on Flight 219 from New York to London, one of our most senior pilots, Captain Victor Reynolds, physically assaulted a female passenger in first class. This assault occurred because the passenger, a black woman, had the courage to question the captain's unprofessional behavior. Throughout the company, employees stopped what they were doing, stunned by the directness of Blackwood's words. In break rooms, operations centers, and cockpits around the world, silence fell as the implications sank in. This incident reflects not just the failure of one individual, but a failure of our entire organizational culture," Blackwood continued. "A culture that allowed a pilot with previous complaints to remain in a position of authority. A culture where employees feared reporting misconduct. A culture where appearance was valued over substance." He took a deep breath. "Effective immediately, Captain Reynolds has been terminated for cause. But that is just the beginning of our response. Today we announce a complete restructuring of Aura Airlines' operational and ethical frameworks." Blackwood outlined the changes: the creation of an independent oversight board headed by Dr. Lucia Ramirez, a renowned expert in corporate culture, the implementation of the Sanctuary Cabin Protocol to protect whistleblowers, mandatory retraining for all staff, and a comprehensive review of all personnel with previous complaints. This is not a cosmetic change, he emphasized. This is a fundamental reimagining of who we are as a company. And it begins with accountability. My accountability. The camera pulled back to reveal the Aura Airlines executive team standing behind Blackwood, their faces solemn. "We failed you, our employees. We failed our passengers. And we failed ourselves. But from this failure, we will build something better, something real." As the announcement concluded, reactions varied widely across the company. In the London Operations Center, veteran staff exchanged nervous glances, wondering what this meant for the old guard. In the New York crew lounge, younger flight attendants nodded in approval, many having experienced behavior similar to Reynolds's, but less extreme. At Heathrow Airport, Maria Gonzalez watched the broadcast on her phone, her hands shaking slightly. She had already received a call from HR informing her of her promotion and bonus, but she still couldn't quite believe it. For years, she had kept her head down, avoided conflict, accepted the occasional inappropriate comment or power play from senior staff. Now suddenly, the company was declaring that such behavior would no longer be tolerated and was rewarding her for standing up against it. The most dramatic response came from the pilots' community. Within hours of the announcement, a clear divide emerged. Some particularly older, more established captains responded with outrage, viewing the changes as an attack on their authority. A group of senior pilots, led by Captain William Delaney, a 28-year veteran with views similar to Reynolds's, threatened to resign in protest. "This is nothing short of a coup," Delaney declared during an impromptu gathering in a hotel bar near Heathrow. "They're using one isolated incident to dismantle decades of established hierarchy. Reynolds screwed up, no question, but punishing all of us for his mistake is ridiculous." The 24 pilots around him nodded in agreement. They drafted a letter of protest demanding that pilot authority in operational matters remain absolute and threatening collective action if their concerns weren't addressed. Meanwhile, Skyline International was moving quickly to capitalize on the chaos. They launched a targeted recruitment campaign specifically aimed at disgruntled Aura pilots, offering signing bonuses and guaranteed higher salaries. "Join a company that respects tradition and values experience," their ads proclaimed. Robert Nash had been escorted from the building immediately after the board meeting, his company devices confiscated and his access revoked. An internal investigation revealed that he had been feeding information to Skyline for months, including sensitive operational data and personnel files. Legal proceedings were already underway. As the day progressed, the Skyline strategy became clear. They were attempting to trigger a mass exodus of experienced pilots, hoping to cripple Aura's operations and force a distress sale. It was a bold, aggressive move that might have worked under normal circumstances. But they had underestimated Zara Mitchell's resolve and resources. Within hours of Nash's termination, Helios Ventures had deployed a counter-strategy. They announced an immediate 15% salary increase for all Aura pilots who committed to staying with the company through the transition, along with guaranteed input into the new operational protocols. They also revealed plans for a pilot ownership program that would give long-term employees equity stakes in the company, something Skyline couldn't match. The response was immediate. Many of the pilots who had been considering Skyline's offer paused to reconsider. The financial incentives were significant, but more compelling was the promise of a voice in shaping the new culture. For the first time, they were being offered not just jobs, but partnerships. Captain William Delaney, the most vocal critic of the reforms, found himself at a crossroads. His influence among the pilot corps was substantial. Whichever way he leaned, many would follow. As he weighed his options, he received an unexpected invitation. Dr. Ramirez wanted to meet with him personally to discuss his concerns about the new protocols. The meeting took place in a private conference room at Heathrow. Delaney arrived ready for battle, armed with regulations and precedents. What he found instead was something unexpected: respect. Dr. Ramirez didn't dismiss his concerns or lecture him about outdated attitudes. She listened, asked questions, and took notes. "Captain Delaney," she said after he had laid out his arguments, "I understand your concerns about maintaining clear authority in the cockpit. Nothing in our reforms is intended to undermine the command structure necessary for safe operations. What we're addressing is something different, the extension of that authority beyond its proper domain." She showed him the draft protocols, pointing out specific language that preserved the pilot in command's final authority in operational matters, while establishing boundaries around interpersonal behavior. She invited his input, asking for suggestions to improve the language and implementation. "We need your expertise," she told him frankly. "Your experience is invaluable, but we also need your leadership. The younger pilots look up to you. You can help them understand that these changes aren't about diminishing authority, they're about refining it." For Delaney, this approach was revelatory. After years of feeling that management viewed pilots as interchangeable parts rather than professionals with unique skills and insights, he was being treated as a partner in the process. His objections weren't dismissed. They were incorporated into the evolving protocols. As the meeting concluded, Dr. Ramirez made an unexpected offer. Would Delaney consider serving on the pilot advisory committee that would work with the oversight board? His perspective would be crucial in ensuring that the new protocols enhanced rather than hindered flight safety. Delaney hesitated, torn between his loyalty to the old ways and the opportunity to shape what was clearly an inevitable change. "I'll need to think about it," he said finally. "Take your time," Dr. Ramirez replied. "But not too much. We're moving quickly, and your colleagues need leadership now more than ever." When Delaney left the meeting, he found a group of younger pilots waiting for him, looking for guidance. What should they do? Stay with Aura or jump to Skyline? In that moment, Delaney made his decision. "I'm staying," he told them, "and I'm going to make damn sure they don't mess this up." It wasn't an enthusiastic endorsement of the reforms, but it was something more valuable, a commitment to engage rather than resist. The pilots who had been waiting for his lead nodded in relief. If Delaney was staying, they would too. Meanwhile, at Skyline headquarters, Harold Jenkins was receiving unwelcome news. Their recruitment campaign was falling flat. The expected exodus of Aura pilots hadn't materialized. Even more concerning, their own pilots were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about Skyline's culture and policies. "This is a temporary setback," Jenkins assured his board. "They can't sustain these incentives long term. We'll wait them out." But privately, he was worried. The landscape was shifting beneath his feet. The Aura incident had ignited a conversation that was spreading throughout the industry, forcing questions about power dynamics and accountability that many airlines had long avoided. What had begun as an opportunistic attempt to capitalize on a competitor's crisis was evolving into something more complex and potentially threatening a fundamental reassessment of how airlines operated and the cultures they cultivated. As Jenkins stared out his office window at the Skyline fleet on the tarmac below, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zara Mitchell hadn't just transformed her own airline. She had inadvertently started a revolution that might transform the entire industry. And Skyline, with its traditional hierarchical culture, might soon find itself on the wrong side of history. Have you ever witnessed how a crisis can sometimes trigger unexpected opportunities for positive change? The shocking incident on Flight 219 could have destroyed Aura Airlines, but instead it's becoming a catalyst for transformation. In your workplace or community, what problems might be waiting for someone brave enough to address them? Maria Gonzalez sat nervously in the plush chair outside the executive office suite. 3 days ago, she had been serving drinks in first class. Today, she was about to meet with the CEO and the new head of the oversight board. Her neatly pressed uniform felt strange, almost like a costume now. She had been told she wouldn't be flying for at least a month. She would be working directly with Dr. Ramirez on the new training protocols. Behind her professional demeanor, Maria carried a weight of experiences that had taught her to stay silent when authority figures crossed lines. 2 years earlier, she had reported a senior captain for inappropriate comments toward female crew members. The complaint had been buried, and her schedule had mysteriously shifted to less desirable routes for 6 months afterward. The message had been clear. The system protected those with power, not those who challenged it. As she waited, Maria replayed the incident in her mind for the 100th time. What if she had stepped between them earlier? What if she had reminded the captain of protocol? What if she had simply called out his behavior as inappropriate? Would it have made a difference, or would it have simply cost her her job? The door opened, and Daniel Blackwood himself appeared. "Maria, thank you for coming. Please come in." She followed him into a spacious conference room where Dr. Lucia Ramirez waited. The sociologist was a striking woman in her early 50s with intelligent eyes and an air of quiet authority that made Maria instantly respectful. "Ms. Gonzalez." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Dr. Ramirez said, extending her hand. "I've watched the video of the incident several times. Your intervention took courage." Maria shook her head slightly. "Not enough courage. I should have stepped in sooner." "That's exactly why we wanted to speak with you," Blackwood said, gesturing for her to sit. "You understand the reality of the situation, the pressures, the power dynamics that can prevent someone from speaking up." We're not looking for perfect heroes, Dr. Ramirez added. We're looking for honest insights. You tried to de-escalate within the constraints of a deeply flawed system. Now we want you to help us redesign that system. Maria looked between them, still processing the sudden elevation of her status. 3 days ago, Captain Reynolds could have ended her career with a negative report. Now she was sitting with the CEO and being asked for her input on company-wide reforms. "What exactly would you like me to do?" she asked carefully. Dr. Ramirez smiled. "We're forming a cabin culture committee to completely overhaul our training and response protocols. We'd like you to co-chair it. Your experience both in dealing with difficult passengers and with managing power differentials among crew would be invaluable." "But I'm just a flight attendant," Maria said, then immediately regretted her choice of words. "There is no just about it," Blackwood interjected firmly. "Flight attendants are the face of this airline. You interact with passengers more than any other employee group. You navigate complex social situations at 35,000 feet with limited resources and support. That expertise is exactly what we need." Dr. Ramirez slid a folder across the table. "This is the official offer. It includes a significant promotion to senior cabin culture specialist, a substantial salary increase, and a bonus in recognition of your handling of the incident with Captain Reynolds." Maria opened the folder and felt her breath catch. The compensation package was more than double her current salary, but it was the job description that truly captured her attention, a real opportunity to change the aspects of the job that had frustrated her for years. I don't know what to say," she managed. "Say, yes, doctor," Ramirez suggested with a warm smile. "We need voices like yours, people who have been in the trenches, who understand the real challenges, not just the theoretical ones." "There's one more thing," Blackwood added. "Ms. Mitchell, our majority owner, specifically requested your involvement. She was impressed by your attempt to intervene." The mention of Zara Mitchell sent a shiver down Maria's spine. She had been stunned along with everyone else to learn that the woman in seat 1A owned the company. The woman she had served sparkling water to the woman who had thanked her by name. The woman who had been assaulted while Maria stood frozen in fear. Will I meet her?" Maria asked. Blackwood and Dr. Ramirez exchanged glances. "Possibly," Dr. Ramirez said. "Ms. Mitchell tends to be quite private, but she's taking a personal interest in this restructuring." As Maria considered the offer, she felt a complex mixture of emotions. Pride in being recognized, excitement about the opportunity, but also a lingering sense of guilt that she hadn't acted sooner on Flight 219. Would someone with true courage have stepped in at the first sign of Reynolds' inappropriate behavior, rather than waiting until after the assault? She thought of all the times she had stayed silent in the past when a senior pilot had made inappropriate comments to a junior flight attendant, when a passenger had been unfairly removed because of a crew member's bias, when colleagues had been passed over for promotions because they didn't fit a certain mold. Each silence had been a small betrayal, not just of others but of herself and her own values. "I'll do it," she said, her voice stronger than she expected. "Not for the money or the promotion, but because what happened on that flight should never happen again. Not to a passenger, not to a colleague, not to anyone." Dr. Ramirez nodded approvingly. "That's exactly why you're the right person for this role." The meeting concluded with a discussion of next steps. Maria would begin by interviewing flight attendants about their experiences with power dynamics on board, gathering candid feedback that might never have reached management through official channels. She would also review the existing training materials, identifying gaps and opportunities for improvement. As Maria left the office, clutching the folder with her new job description, her mind was already racing with ideas. She had spent years observing the subtle and not-so-subtle ways authority was abused in the close confines of an aircraft. Now she had a chance to address those issues directly, to create systems that would protect both passengers and crew. Later that evening, Maria received an email from an anonymous address. It contained just 2 sentences. "Thank you for standing up when it counted. Your voice matters." She couldn't prove it, but somehow she knew who had sent it. The woman from seat 1A, the owner, Zara Mitchell. With tears in her eyes, Maria began drafting notes for her first committee meeting. Ideas she had kept to herself for years, ways to improve training communication support systems for crew members, flowed freely onto the page. For the first time in her career, she felt not just heard but valued, not just employed but empowered. The airline was changing, and somehow, improbably, Maria Gonzalez was at the center of that change. That night, alone in her hotel room, Maria allowed herself to feel the full weight of what had happened and what was still to come. The promotion was thrilling, but also terrifying. What if she failed? What if the changes didn't stick? What if the old guard found ways to undermine the reforms once the spotlight moved on? More painful was the recurring image of Zara's face after the slap, the dignity, the control, the silent promise of consequences. Maria had seen that expression before on her own mother's face when confronted with discrimination at the hospital where she worked as a nurse. It was the face of someone who had learned to navigate a world not designed for them, someone who had built armor against the small and large injustices that came with being visibly other in spaces of power. Maria had grown up watching her mother fight those battles alone. Now, in her own professional life, she had finally found her voice too late to prevent harm, but perhaps in time to prevent the next incident. The thought brought both comfort and determination. This wasn't just about one flight or one incident. It was about changing the culture that had made such incidents possible. Tomorrow she would begin that work in earnest. Tonight she allowed herself to feel both the pain of past silence and the hope of future change. 1 week after the announcement of the restructuring, the fault lines within Aura Airlines had become starkly visible. In crew lounges, break rooms, and private messaging groups, the company had effectively split into 2 camps, those embracing the changes and those resisting them. The resistance was loudest among a group of senior pilots who called themselves the Old Guard. Led by Captain William Delaney, a 28-year veteran with a personality similar to Victor Reynolds, they viewed the new protocols as an attack on pilot authority and autonomy. "This is nothing short of a coup," Delaney had declared during an unofficial meeting of like-minded pilots in a hotel bar near Heathrow. "They're using one isolated incident to dismantle decades of established hierarchy. Reynolds screwed up, no question, but punishing all of us for his mistake is ridiculous." The 24 pilots around him had nodded in agreement. They had drafted a letter of protest demanding that pilot authority in operational matters remain absolute and threatening collective action if their concerns weren't addressed. Delaney had personal reasons for his resistance beyond the professional concerns he voiced publicly. He had his own history of behavioral complaints, nothing as extreme as Reynolds, but enough that the new oversight protocols posed a direct threat to his position. 3 years earlier, he had berated a junior first officer so severely during training that the young man had requested a transfer. The incident had been quietly resolved, but under the new system, such behavior would trigger automatic review and potential disciplinary action. More fundamentally, Delaney and his allies saw their identity as inextricably linked to the traditional model of pilot authority. They had entered the profession at a time when captains were unquestioned masters of their aircraft, when the hierarchy was clear and rigid. The new collaborative model felt like an erasure of everything they had worked to become. Despite his public bravado, however, Delaney was privately troubled. The simulation exercise with Dr. Ramirez had forced him to confront uncomfortable truths about his own behavior. The scenario had involved a fuel calculation error that the captain played by Delaney had dismissed when raised by a junior officer. In the simulation, the error had led to a dangerous situation that could have been avoided if the captain had listened. That night, Delaney couldn't sleep. The simulation kept replaying in his mind, but now he was seeing it from the first officer's perspective, trying to speak up, being dismissed, watching a potential disaster unfold. It was a perspective he had never fully considered before. The next morning, he received an unexpected call. A former first officer who had flown with him years earlier had agreed to participate in a focus group about cockpit dynamics. This young pilot, now a captain himself at another airline, had spoken candidly about his experiences flying with Delaney. He was technically brilliant, the officer had said, but working with him was like walking through a minefield. You never knew when something would set him off. I spent more energy managing his moods than focusing on my duties. It wasn't safe, and it wasn't professional. When Dr. Ramirez shared this feedback with him, Delaney's first instinct was to dismiss it as exaggeration, but a small voice of honesty inside him recognized the truth in the description. He had prided himself on maintaining high standards, but had he crossed the line into intimidation and bullying? Had his approach to leadership actually compromised safety rather than enhancing it? The turning point came during a routine flight to Frankfurt, as Captain Delaney was paired with a young first officer named Sarah Jensen, one of the few female pilots in the company. During the pre-flight checks, Jensen noticed a small discrepancy in the weight distribution calculations. In the past, Delaney might have brushed off such a minor issue or, worse, made some cutting remark about excessive caution. Instead, remembering the simulation, he thanked her for the catch and asked her to recalculate. The discrepancy turned out to be significant, not dangerous, but enough to affect fuel efficiency. More surprising was Jensen's reaction to his approach. Throughout the flight, she was engaged, attentive, and willing to offer observations that might have gone unmentioned with a more intimidating captain. The flight was not just more pleasant, it was more effective. That experience, more than any policy change or management directive, began to shift Delaney's perspective. Perhaps there was something to this new approach after all. Perhaps authority didn't have to be absolute to be effective. Perhaps collaboration could enhance rather than undermine safety. When he returned to London, Delaney requested a meeting with Dr. Ramirez. To her surprise, he arrived not with more complaints, but with a proposal he wanted to help develop a training program that would help captains like himself adapt to the new protocols without feeling that their authority or expertise was being diminished. "I still believe in the chain of command," he told her. "But I'm starting to understand that there's a difference between being in command and being a dictator. I think I can help other captains see that difference too." Dr. Ramirez seized the opportunity. Delaney's influence among the old guard was substantial. His conversion from critic to cautious supporter could tip the balance in favor of the reforms. While the old guard's resistance softened from outright rejection to cautious skepticism, another group within the company was embracing the changes with unexpected enthusiasm, the mid-level managers who had been caught between executive demands and operational realities for years. Station managers, scheduling coordinators, maintenance supervisors. These were the people who had seen the problems up close, but lacked the authority to address them. Now, with the sanctuary cabin protocol in place and the oversight board actively seeking input, they were finally able to speak freely about long-standing issues. "It's like someone finally turned on the lights," said Robert Chen, a gate manager at JFK. "All these problems we've been dancing around for years are suddenly out in the open. It's uncomfortable, but it's real." The public response to Aura's transformation was equally divided. Some praised the airline for its transparency and commitment to change. Others criticized it for throwing Reynolds under the bus or viewed the whole effort as a PR stunt. Industry analysts debated the long-term implications, with some predicting financial doom and others seeing a potential new model for corporate accountability. Social media remained ablaze with opinions, the hashtag #AuraTransformation trending alongside both support and skepticism. Competitors watched closely, some already quietly reviewing their own protocols and wondering if they might be vulnerable to similar incidents. At Skyline International, the mood had shifted from opportunistic aggression to nervous vigilance. Their attempt to poach Aura employees had largely failed, and now they faced an unexpected problem. Their own employees were asking uncomfortable questions about power dynamics and accountability within Skyline. Harold Jenkins, the CEO who had tried to capitalize on Aura's crisis, found himself on the defensive. "Our culture is different," he insisted during a tense meeting with his executive team. "We don't have these problems. Are you sure about that?" asked his head of HR, a woman who had spent years quietly managing complaints about senior staff behavior. "Or do we just handle them differently?" The question hung in the air, unanswered but unsettling. Through it all, Daniel Blackwood found himself in an unexpected position. Stripped of his unilateral authority, but still serving as the public face of the company, he was learning to lead in a new way through collaboration, rather than diktat, through listening rather than pronouncing. To his surprise, he found this approach not only effective, but personally rewarding. 1 month into the restructuring, the resistance hadn't disappeared, but it had evolved. The old guard pilots had split, with some maintaining their opposition, while others had begun to cautiously engage with the new processes. The letter of protest had been withdrawn, replaced by a request for ongoing dialogue. The threatened mass resignation had never materialized. In its place, a new culture was slowly taking root, one where authority was earned rather than assumed, where feedback flowed in all directions, and where the measure of success wasn't just financial performance, but the quality of the workplace itself. It wasn't perfect. Change never is. But it was progress, real, measurable progress that would ultimately transform not just Aura Airlines, but potentially the entire industry. And it had all started with a slap in first class, a moment of violence that had exposed not just one man's failings, but the flaws in an entire corporate ecosystem. Think about the organizations you're part of: workplaces, schools, communities. How do they handle power dynamics? Are there voices that go unheard because of hierarchical structures? What might be possible if those structures were reimagined to value contribution over position? Daniel Blackwood stood at the window of his London office, watching as a fleet of Aura Airlines aircraft moved across the tarmac at Heathrow. 6 weeks had passed since the emergency board meeting that had changed everything. 6 weeks of the most intense, challenging work of his career. 6 weeks of dismantling and rebuilding, of confronting hard truths and harder choices. He was not the same man who had stood before the executive board that morning confidently presenting upward trending charts. That man, the polished, charming CEO who valued appearance over substance, was gone, replaced by someone more humble, more authentic, and paradoxically more effective. The transformation hadn't been easy. At first, he had approached the reforms as he had approached everything in his career, as an exercise in perception management. He had gone through the motions, said the right things, signed the right documents, all while inwardly resenting the humiliation of having his authority curtailed. But something unexpected had happened as the weeks passed. As he engaged with the actual substance of the reforms, reading the employee testimonials, sitting in on training sessions, participating in the oversight board meetings, he had begun to see the company in a new light. Behind the metrics and KPIs, he had always focused on there were people, complex, messy human people, whose experiences shaped the reality of the organization in ways his spreadsheets had never captured. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Dr. Lucia Ramirez entered, carrying a tablet and wearing a thoughtful expression. "I have the latest survey results," she said without preamble. "Doctor." Ramirez didn't believe in small talk when there was work to be done. "Let's hear it," Daniel replied, gesturing to the chairs by the window. "It's a mixed picture." As we expected, she began pulling up the data. Employee trust in leadership is up 23% from our baseline, which is significant progress. Reports of inappropriate behavior or power imbalances are also up, which is actually positive. It means people feel safer reporting issues. "And the resistance?" Daniel asked. "Still there, but evolving. The hardcore opposition has shrunk to about 8% of the workforce, down from 22% when we started. Another 30% remain skeptical but are actively engaging with the changes. Daniel nodded, absorbing the information. 6 weeks ago, he would have focused on how to spin these numbers, how to make them look better than they were. Now he was more interested in what they actually meant. "What about passenger perception?" he asked. Dr. Ramirez swiped to a new screen. The initial hit was substantial as expected. Bookings dropped 17% in the first 2 weeks after the incident. But they've stabilized now, and first-class bookings are actually starting to trend upward again. The transparency seems to be working in our favor. Passengers appreciate that we acknowledge the problem and are taking visible steps to address it. And the Maria Gonzalez effect, Dr. Ramirez smiled slightly. That's been one of our biggest wins. Her cabin culture training program has received extraordinarily positive feedback. Flight attendants report feeling more empowered, and the new de-escalation protocols have already prevented several potential incidents. Daniel leaned back in his chair, considering. "And what about me? How am I doing?" It was a question he never would have asked 6 weeks ago. A genuine request for feedback with no expectation of flattery or reassurance. Dr. Ramirez regarded him thoughtfully. "You've surprised me, Daniel. When we started this process, I thought you were part of the problem, a CEO more concerned with image than substance. But you've shown remarkable adaptability and genuine commitment to the changes." "I had no choice," Daniel pointed out. "There's always a choice. You could have resigned. You could have gone through the motions while secretly undermining the efforts. You could have become bitter and resentful. Instead, you've embraced the transformation not just of the company, but of yourself." Daniel smiled ruefully. "I've discovered something interesting about myself. I actually enjoy doing real work more than I enjoyed pretending to do it." The admission surprised him as much as it did Dr. Ramirez. It was true. The endless cycle of impression management, the practiced smiles, the careful phrasings, the strategic omissions had been exhausting in ways he hadn't fully recognized until he was forced to stop. There was a strange freedom in simply being honest and facing problems directly, rather than trying to spin them into something more palatable. Before Dr. Ramirez could respond, Daniel's assistant appeared at the door. "Mr. Blackwood, Ms. Mitchell is on the line. She'd like to speak with both of you." Daniel and Dr. Ramirez exchanged glances. Direct communication from Zara was rare. Since the emergency board meeting, she had operated primarily through Thomas Rivera, reviewing reports and issuing occasional directives, but never engaging directly with the leadership team. Daniel picked up the phone and put it on speaker. "Ms. Mitchell, Dr. Ramirez, and I are both here." "Good afternoon." Zara's voice came through clear and precise, as always. "I've been reviewing the 6-week progress reports. The results are encouraging." "Thank you," Daniel replied. "We've been working hard to implement the changes as directed. Yes, I can see that. What's particularly interesting is that you've gone beyond the directives in several areas. The peer mentoring program for junior pilots, for instance, and the customer feedback integration system. Those weren't in my original requirements." Daniel hesitated. "We saw opportunities for improvement and took the initiative. I hope that wasn't overstepping." "On the contrary," Zara replied. "It suggests you're internalizing the principles behind the changes, not just following orders. That's exactly what I was hoping to see." There was a brief pause, then Zara continued. "I'll be visiting London next week. I'd like to meet with both of you as well as with Maria Gonzalez and her committee." Daniel felt a jolt of surprise. Zara Mitchell rarely made public appearances, and she had never visited the Aura offices in person. Of course he managed. "We'll make all the necessary arrangements." "Good. One more thing, Mr. Blackwood. When we first met under rather unfortunate circumstances, I made a judgment about you that you were all style and no substance. I'm pleased to discover that judgment may have been premature. You've shown capacity for growth that I didn't anticipate." Before Daniel could respond, the line went dead. Zara Mitchell was not one for prolonged conversations or emotional exchanges. Dr. Ramirez raised an eyebrow. High praise coming from her. Daniel sat back, a complex mix of emotions washing over him. Pride, certainly. Relief. But also a strange sense of gratitude. The crisis that had nearly destroyed his career had ultimately saved him from himself, from the hollow, image-obsessed executive he had become. "You know," he said quietly, "when all this started, I thought it was the worst thing that could happen to me. Now I'm not so sure." Dr. Ramirez nodded. The best transformations often begin with the most painful catalysts. That evening, Daniel faced another challenge, a televised debate with Harold Jenkins, the CEO of Skyline International. The industry panel discussion, hosted by Aviation Weekly, was focused on power dynamics in modern aviation. What had been planned as a routine industry forum had transformed in the wake of the Reynolds incident into a high-stakes public referendum on competing corporate cultures. Jenkins arrived with his usual swagger, dressed in an immaculate suit, his silver hair perfectly coiffed. Daniel, by contrast, had chosen a more subdued appearance, still professional, but lacking the polished artifice that had once been his trademark. Daniel Jenkins greeted him backstage with false warmth, holding up under the pressure. "Must be tough having your dirty laundry aired so publicly." In the past, Daniel would have responded with equally superficial charm, hiding his irritation behind a practiced smile. Today he simply said, "Actually, Harold, it's been quite clarifying. Sometimes you need to see the dirt before you can clean it up." The debate began with a discussion of the Reynolds incident, which Daniel addressed directly. "What happened on Flight 219 was inexcusable," he said. "A senior captain physically assaulted a passenger for questioning his authority. But the more important point is that this wasn't just one man's failure. It was a systemic failure. We had created a culture where such behavior, while extreme, wasn't entirely out of place. That's what we're working to change." Jenkins countered with what had become Skyline's standard position. "At Skyline, we value traditional authority structures that have kept aviation safe for decades. One regrettable incident shouldn't lead us to dismantle systems that work." "Do they work, though?" Daniel asked. The hierarchical model was designed for military operations, not commercial service. Is a system that silences voices and protects abusive behavior really the safest option? Our data suggests otherwise. He outlined the preliminary findings from ORA's internal review incidents, where safety concerns had gone unreported because junior crew members feared reprisal near misses that could have been prevented if communication had flowed more freely. Jenkins dismissed these as anecdotes and emotions, insisting that clear chain of command was essential for safety. "Chain of command is essential." Daniel agreed, surprising Jenkins. "Chain of command is essential." Daniel agreed, surprising Jenkins. But there's a crucial difference between command and control. True leadership isn't about silencing dissent. It's about creating an environment where every voice is heard, especially when it comes to safety concerns. As the debate continued, a clear contrast emerged between the two approaches, Jenkins defending the status quo with increasingly defensive rhetoric, and Daniel acknowledging flaws and outlining specific reforms. The former spoke of tradition and authority, the latter of accountability and evolution. The turning point came when a flight attendant in the audience asked about reporting protocols for inappropriate behavior by senior staff. At Skyline, Jenkins explained, "We have established procedures that balance the need for discipline with appropriate protections for accused employees. All complaints are handled through proper channels." Daniel, remembering Maria's experience and countless others like it, couldn't let this stand. With all due respect, Harold, proper channels often means burial channels. At Aura, we've discovered dozens of legitimate complaints that were handled properly, meaning they were quietly resolved without addressing the underlying behaviors or power imbalances. He described the Sanctuary Cabin Protocol, the Independent Oversight Board, and the complete restructuring of reporting mechanisms to eliminate opportunities for retaliation. We're not perfect, he concluded. We're at the beginning of a difficult journey, but at least we're acknowledging the need to change. The question every airline should be asking isn't, how do we prevent another Reynolds incident, but how many Reynolds incidents have we already ignored? Jenkins's face had grown increasingly flushed throughout this exchange. That's irresponsible fear-mongering, he snapped. You're projecting your company's failures onto the entire industry. Am I? Daniel replied calmly. Because since we began speaking publicly about our cultural issues, we've received over 300 messages from crew members at other airlines, including Skyline, describing similar experiences. This isn't an aura problem, Harold. It's an industry problem. The audience erupted in applause, catching Jenkins off guard. He had expected to be the popular voice defending tradition against radical change. Instead, he found himself cast as the defender of a problematic status quo. As the debate concluded, Daniel felt a curious sense of peace. 6 weeks earlier, his greatest fear had been public humiliation, the exposure of Aura's flaws. Now he had voluntarily laid those flaws bare before an industry audience and felt stronger for it. The truth, it turned out, was not his enemy, but his ally. When he returned to his office, he found an unexpected email waiting for him. It was from Zara Mitchell, containing just a single line. "Well done. Keep going." It wasn't effusive praise. It wasn't a declaration of complete confidence. But for a man who had been on the brink of professional extinction 6 weeks earlier, it was enough. More than enough. It was validation of the most important transformation of his life, from a leader who managed appearances to one who grappled with reality, however uncomfortable that reality might be. As Daniel turned back to the window, watching an Aura Airlines plane lift gracefully into the sky, he reflected on the irony of his situation. It had taken losing control of his company to finally gain control of himself. It had taken a public humiliation to find authentic purpose. And it had taken a slap, not to his own face, but to the face of a woman he had never met, to wake him up to the reality of the organization he thought he led. The plane disappeared into the clouds, and Daniel Blackwood, the new Daniel Blackwood, turned back to his desk. There was real work to be done. 2 months after the emergency board meeting that had upended Aura Airlines, Robert Nash sat in a sterile conference room at Skyline International headquarters. His expression was drawn, his normally immaculate appearance showing signs of strain. Across from him, Harold Jenkins paced like a caged animal. "They found the leak," Nash said flatly. "All my devices were confiscated. They have everything, our communications, the data transfers, everything." Jenkins stopped pacing. "What exactly do they have?" "Emails, texts, file, transfers. 2 years' worth of internal documents I sent you. Personnel files, route profitability analyses, customer data, complaint, records, especially Reynolds' file." Jenkins sank into a chair. "How did they identify you? I don't know. But they were looking specifically for connections to Skyline from the moment Mitchell took control. Someone must have tipped them off." The two men sat in uncomfortable silence, each processing the implications. Nash had been feeding confidential information to Skyline for nearly 2 years, receiving substantial payments through an offshore account. It had seemed a perfect arrangement. Nash provided insider intelligence. Jenkins used it to outmaneuver Aura, and both profited handsomely. Now, with legal proceedings underway, both men faced serious consequences. Nash had already been terminated for cause and was likely facing criminal charges for corporate espionage. Jenkins's position was more complex. He had plausible deniability for some of the information exchanges, but the pattern was damning. "What are they planning to do with the evidence?" Jenkins asked. "They've already turned everything over to their legal team. I've been informed that both civil and criminal charges are being prepared." Nash hesitated. "They're not just coming after me, Harold. They're coming after Skyline, too." Jenkins slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. This was supposed to be the perfect opportunity. Aura in crisis, their reputation in tatters, their staff demoralized. We should have been able to pick up the pieces for pennies on the dollar. We underestimated Mitchell, Nash said quietly. Everyone did. I've spent my entire career outmaneuvering competitors. Jenkins fumed. I've survived 3 merger attempts, 2 market crashes, and a pilot strike. I'm not about to be taken down by some tech billionaire playing Airline CEO. Nash studied Jenkins with new eyes. The confident, calculating executive he had admired was unraveling before him. The swagger had given way to desperation, the strategic brilliance to angry denial. Harold Nash said carefully, I think we need to consider the possibility that we've lost this one. Lost Jenkins spat the word like poison. We haven't even begun to fight. Mitchell may have money, but I have 30 years of industry connections. I've got dirt on every major player in this business. If she wants a war, I'll give her a war. And what about me? Nash asked. What happens to me while you're fighting your war? Jenkins' expression hardened. You knew the risks when you started selling information. Don't expect me to save you now. The words hung in the air between them, the final betrayal in a relationship built on betrayal. Nash had compromised his integrity, his career, and potentially his freedom, all for a man who would discard him without a second thought. As Nash left the Skyline building for the last time, a sense of grim clarity settled over him. He had sold out his company, his colleagues, and himself for money and the approval of a man who had never respected him. Now he would pay the price not just legally, but in the knowledge that he had been a willing accomplice in his own destruction. Meanwhile, at Aura headquarters, Thomas Rivera was reviewing the Nash investigation findings with Zara Mitchell and Daniel Blackwood. The breach was extensive, Thomas explained. Nash had access to virtually every sensitive system and shared information consistently for over 2 years. But the most damaging part wasn't the data itself. It was the strategic advantage it gave Skyline. They knew our routes, our margins, our personnel issues. They could anticipate our moves and counter them before we even made them. And Jenkins Zara asked, Careful, but not careful enough. We have enough to establish that he knowingly received proprietary information. Whether that rises to the level of criminal conspiracy will be for the prosecutors to decide. Daniel shook his head. I still can't believe it. Nash was with us for 15 years. He attended my wedding for God's sake. People rationalize betrayal in fascinating ways, Thomas observed. From the emails we recovered, it seems Nash convinced himself he was being clever, not disloyal. The classic everyone does it justification. What do we do now? Daniel asked. Zara, who had been quietly contemplative, finally spoke. We have 2 options. We can pursue this legally to the fullest extent, which we should, regardless, but we could also use it strategically. How so? Thomas asked, intrigued. Skyline has been positioning itself as the traditional, reliable alternative to our disruptive new approach. They've been telling pilots, customers, and investors that we're the ones with the culture problem. This evidence flips that narrative completely. Daniel nodded, slowly understanding. They're not the stable, ethical alternative. They're actively engaging in corporate espionage. Exactly, Zara confirmed. And, more importantly, their CEO personally approved and directed it. The same CEO who's been publicly questioning our integrity. Thomas Rivera smiled his predatory smile. I see where you're going with this. We don't just pursue legal remedies. We make this a public referendum on industry ethics. The aviation industry has an endemic culture problem, Zara stated flatly. What happened on Flight 219 was one symptom. What Nash and Jenkins did is another. Different manifestations of the same disease, a belief that power confers immunity, that rules are for others. So we're not just reforming Aura, Daniel realized. We're challenging the entire industry to reform. We're creating a new standard, Zara corrected. One that others will eventually have to meet if they want to compete. The revelation of Skyline's corporate espionage sent shockwaves through the aviation world. Jenkins initially denied everything, claiming the information had come from public sources or willing whistleblowers. But as evidence mounted, including emails in which he explicitly directed Nash to obtain specific confidential documents, his position became untenable. 2 weeks after Nash's termination, the Skyline board called an emergency meeting. By morning, Harold Jenkins had been placed on administrative leave pending investigation. By evening, he had resigned to pursue other opportunities. The contrast could not have been more stark. Aura, which had initially appeared fatally wounded by the Reynolds incident, had transformed its public crisis into an opportunity for renewal. Skyline, which had attempted to capitalize on that crisis, now faced its own reckoning. Industry analysts who had predicted Aura's demise were forced to reassess. Aviation Weekly published a cover story titled "The Mitchell Method Crisis" as catalyst examining how Aura's response to both the Reynolds assault and the corporate espionage had positioned it as an industry leader in accountability and transparency. For Zara Mitchell, the Nash revelation was confirmation of her approach. When confronted with corruption or abuse, whether from a pilot or an executive, the solution wasn't containment but transformation. Not damage control, but fundamental change. As news of Jenkins's resignation broke, she sent a brief message to Daniel Blackwood, 2 down. The industry to go. 3 months after the incident that had rocked Aura Airlines to its core, the company that emerged bore little resemblance to its former self. The changes were evident from the moment passengers entered the terminal, where new signage proclaimed Aura's commitment to respect safety and accountability at every altitude. The physical changes were merely the visible manifestation of a much deeper transformation that had reshaped every aspect of the organization, from hiring practices to training protocols, from reporting structures to performance metrics. The Oversight Board, under Dr. Lucia Ramirez's leadership, had become a powerful entity within the company, with authority to review and override decisions at all levels if they violated the new ethical frameworks. What had initially been viewed with suspicion by many employees was now increasingly seen as a valuable resource, a place where real problems could be addressed without fear of retaliation. The Sanctuary Cabin Protocol, which protected employees who reported misconduct, had revealed a startling number of previously hidden issues. In the first month alone, over 400 reports had been filed, ranging from minor concerns to serious allegations of bullying, harassment, and discrimination. Each report was thoroughly investigated, with consequences for those found to have violated the new standards. 12 senior employees, including 3 captains with histories similar to Victor Reynolds, had been terminated. 27 others had received formal warnings and remedial training. But the protocol wasn't just about punishment, it was equally focused on recognition and reward. Employees who demonstrated exceptional commitment to the new values were publicly acknowledged and often promoted. The cabin crew training program, developed under Maria Gonzalez's leadership, had been completely overhauled. The new approach emphasized not just service skills, but conflict resolution, cultural sensitivity, and assertiveness in challenging situations. Most importantly, it directly addressed the power dynamics that had previously silenced staff when faced with inappropriate behavior from superiors. "We're not training people to serve drinks," Maria often said in her presentations. "We're training them to maintain safety and dignity at 35,000 feet." The pilot training program had undergone an equally dramatic transformation. Technical skills remained paramount, but they were now complemented by intensive training in communication collaboration and conscious leadership. The old model of the captain as unquestioned authority had been replaced by a more nuanced approach that balanced necessary hierarchy in emergency situations with collaborative decision-making during normal operations. Initially met with resistance, these changes had gradually won acceptance as their benefits became apparent. Incidents of air rage had decreased by 42%. Reports of crew conflict had dropped by 37%. And perhaps most tellingly, employee retention rates had improved significantly, particularly among groups that had previously experienced high turnover. Captain William Delaney, once the most vocal opponent of the reforms, had undergone a personal transformation that mirrored the company's evolution. After his pivotal simulation experience with Dr. Ramirez, he had begun to reconsider his understanding of authority and leadership. The more he engaged with the reform process, the more he recognized that collaborative leadership didn't diminish his authority, it enhanced it. The turning point had come during a turbulent flight to Barcelona. As the aircraft bucked and shuddered through rough air, Delaney had noticed his first officer, Sarah Jensen, studying the weather radar with concern. "Something on your mind, Sarah?" he had asked deliberately, using the open-ended question format recommended in the new training. "I'm not comfortable with our current route," she replied. "These cells are developing faster than forecast. I'd recommend a 20-degree deviation to the north." In the past, Delaney might have dismissed the suggestion, or worse, made some cutting remark about excessive caution. Instead, he considered her assessment on its merits. "Explain your thinking," he said. Jensen outlined her concerns clearly and professionally. Delaney listened, asked clarifying questions, and then made his decision. "I agree. Request the deviation from ATC." The revised route took them around the worst of the turbulence. Later, during their post-flight debrief, Delaney thanked Jensen for speaking up. Her response had surprised him. "I wouldn't have said anything 6 months ago," she admitted. "Not because I wasn't seeing the same issues, but because challenging a senior captain just wasn't done. Especially not for someone like me." "Someone like you?" Delaney asked. "A woman. One of only 12 female pilots at Aura. We learn early to keep our heads down to avoid being labeled as difficult or emotional or not team players." The conversation had continued for over an hour, with Jensen sharing experiences that had shocked and disturbed Delaney. Incidents of dismissal condescension or outright hostility that female pilots routinely endured. Subtle forms of exclusion from the camaraderie of the cockpit. The constant pressure to be twice as good to be considered half as competent. That conversation had changed something fundamental in Delaney's perspective. He had prided himself on being fair and professional on judging performance rather than gender or background, but he had been blind to the systemic barriers that made true fairness impossible. The playing field had never been level. He had simply never noticed the tilt because it had always been in his favor. Now, 3 months into the reforms, Delaney had become one of their most effective advocates, particularly among the older pilots who respected his experience and technical expertise. His message was simple. The new approach didn't diminish pilot authority. It legitimized it by grounding it in competence and character rather than rank alone. "We're still captains," he told his colleagues. "We still have final authority over the aircraft. But that authority is enhanced, not undermined, when we create an environment where every crew member feels empowered to speak up about potential issues." The public response had evolved as well. After the initial shock and negative coverage, Aura's transparent approach to addressing its problems had begun to earn respect. Industry publications that had once predicted the airline's demise were now running features on the Aura model and questioning whether other airlines would follow suit. Skyline International, still reeling from the Nash espionage scandal, and Jenkins's resignation, had been forced to implement its own reforms under its new CEO, Elizabeth Chen. The irony wasn't lost on industry observers. The company that had tried to exploit Aura's crisis was now following its lead in cultural transformation. Within Aura itself, the financial picture was complex. The immediate aftermath of the incident had seen a sharp drop in bookings, particularly in first class. But as the reforms took hold and positive word-of-mouth spread, numbers had begun to recover. By the 3-month mark, overall bookings were back to 92% of pre-incident levels, with premium cabins showing the strongest recovery, of indication of the belief that passengers valued integrity and safety over superficial luxury. Daniel Blackwood, still serving as CEO, but in a dramatically different capacity, had become an unexpected advocate for the changes. His quarterly statement to shareholders had focused not on financial metrics, but on the cultural transformation, arguing that long-term value creation depended on building an airline that people trusted, not just one that delivered short-term profits. 3 months ago, we were exposed as a company that prioritized appearance over substance, he had written. Today, we are becoming a company that understands the only sustainable path forward is one where our actions match our words, where every employee feels valued and empowered, and where passenger safety, both physical and psychological, is our highest priority. The statement had been met with mixed reactions from shareholders. Some complained about the focus on soft metrics, others appreciated the long-term vision. But the most significant response had come from Zara Mitchell herself, who had increased her ownership stake from 58% to 62%, a clear vote of confidence in the direction of the reforms. James Sullivan, the first officer who had documented the Reynolds incident, had been promoted to captain and now led the pilot mentoring program. His example of a crew member who chose integrity over the path of least resistance had become a cornerstone of the new training approach. The most dramatic turnaround had come from Sophie Whitman, the retired corporate attorney who had captured the Reynolds incident on video. Initially planning to use her footage only as evidence, she had been so impressed by Aura's response that she had agreed to serve on the oversight board, bringing her decades of experience in corporate governance to bear on the transformation process. As the company approached the 100-day mark since the incident, preparations were underway for a symbolic moment. Zara Mitchell would be flying Aura Airlines again, this time, not anonymously, but as the publicly acknowledged owner, making her first official visit to company headquarters in London. For the employees who had lived through the transformation from Maria Gonzalez to Daniel Blackwood to the newest hire in customer service, the visit represented not just a milestone, but a test. How far had they really come? And what would the woman who had set this entire process in motion think of what they had built from the ashes of that fateful day? Do you see how one person's courage can transform an entire organization? Zara Mitchell used her power and position to demand change, but it was individuals at every level, from James Sullivan to Maria Gonzalez to William Delaney, who brought that change to life through their daily choices. What might change in your organization if people felt truly empowered to speak up? The small conference room at Aura headquarters was filled beyond capacity with people standing along the walls and crowding the doorway. They had come to hear from an unlikely speaker, Sarah Jenkins, a former flight attendant who had left the airline 3 years earlier after filing multiple complaints about a senior pilot's behavior complaints that had been systematically buried by the previous management. "I never thought I'd set foot in this building again." Sarah began, her voice steady, but emotion evident in her eyes. "After my third report was lost, after being told that it was my word against a decorated captain's, after watching my shifts get cut when I refused to drop the issue, I believed Aura Airlines was beyond saving." The room was silent, many employees uncomfortable with the direct acknowledgement of the company's past failures. But when I saw the video of that slap and then watched what happened afterward, the transparency, the accountability, the real structural changes, I realized that maybe, just maybe, this company could become what it always claimed to be. Sarah had been one of the first to respond when Dr. Ramirez established a channel for former employees to share their experiences. Her detailed testimony about the previous culture of silence and retaliation had provided crucial insights for the oversight board. Now she had accepted an invitation to return not just to tell her story, but to help ensure that history didn't repeat itself. "I'm not here to dwell on past wrongs," she continued. "I'm here because what you're building matters. It matters to every employee who deserves to be treated with dignity. It matters to every passenger who places their trust in you. And it matters to an industry that has normalized behaviors that should never have been acceptable." As Sarah finished her presentation and opened the floor for questions, Maria Gonzalez watched from the back of the room, deeply moved. Sarah's story could have been her own if circumstances had been slightly different. The thought sent a chill down her spine. After the session, Maria approached Sarah. "Thank you for coming back," she said simply. "It takes real courage." Sarah smiled. "Not as much courage as staying and fighting to change things from the inside, which is what you've done." She hesitated, then added, "I've applied for the new cabin safety coordinator position. If I get it, we'll be working together." Maria's face lit up. "I hope you do. We need people who understand what was wrong to help build something better." The scene was playing out in various forms throughout the company, as former employees, industry experts, and even vocal critics were invited to contribute to the reformation process. Dr. Ramirez had insisted on this approach, arguing that those with the most reason to distrust the airline often had the most valuable perspectives on how to fix it. One of the most surprising allies emerged from within the pilots' union. Captain James Sullivan, who had documented Reynolds' assault on Zara, had initially kept a low profile torn between loyalty to his colleagues and his own moral compass. But as the reforms progressed, he had found his voice becoming an advocate for a new definition of pilot authority, one based on expertise and earned respect rather than hierarchical power. "We need to abandon the military model of leadership in commercial aviation," he argued during a pilots' forum that would have been unthinkable 6 months earlier. Being in command doesn't mean being a dictator. It means creating an environment where every crew member feels empowered to speak up when something isn't right. Initially met with skepticism from his peers, Sullivan's perspective had gradually gained traction, particularly among younger pilots and those from non-traditional backgrounds. He had formed an informal mentoring network pairing experienced captains who embraced the new approach with first officers and new hires. Perhaps the most unexpected ally had come from outside the company entirely. Monica Turner, a respected aviation journalist who had initially covered the Reynolds incident as evidence of a toxic industry culture, had become intrigued by Aura's response. What began as skeptical reporting had evolved into a detailed chronicle of the transformation process. "What's happening at Aura isn't just corporate damage control," she wrote in an influential industry publication. "It's a laboratory for rethinking power structures that have gone unquestioned for decades. Whether it succeeds or fails, it represents the first serious attempt to address the underlying issues that the Reynolds incident merely brought to light." Turner's ongoing coverage had brought attention from competitors, regulators, and industry groups, many of whom had begun to quietly examine their own practices in light of Aura's very public reckoning. Even Victor Reynolds, the man whose actions had catalyzed the entire transformation, had become in a strange way an ally in the reform process. After months of silence, he had reached out to Thomas Rivera with an unexpected proposal. He wanted to speak publicly about what had happened and why. "I'm not looking for redemption or forgiveness," he wrote. "I'm looking to contribute something useful from my failure. Maybe by understanding what led to my actions, others can avoid the same path." After careful consideration, Rivera had arranged a meeting between Reynolds and Dr. Ramirez. The resulting interview, raw, uncomfortable, but deeply insightful, had become a central component of Aura's new training materials, a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked authority and unexamined bias. The most significant alliance, however, came from a completely unexpected direction. At an international aviation safety conference in Geneva, Elizabeth Chen, the new CEO of Skyline, had approached Daniel Blackwood during a coffee break. "We need to talk," she said without preamble, "not as competitors, but as industry colleagues facing a common challenge." Daniel had been wary, but intrigued. Chen had taken over Skyline following the Nash espionage scandal and Jenkins's resignation. Unlike her predecessor, she had a background in operational safety rather than marketing or finance. "I've been reviewing our internal culture at Skyline," she continued once they were seated in a quiet corner. "What I'm finding concerns me. The same patterns that led to your Reynolds incident exist in our organization too. Different personalities, perhaps, but the same underlying issues. Daniel was surprised by her candor. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're 3 months ahead of us in addressing these problems," Chen replied frankly. "And because I believe this isn't a competitive issue, it's an industry issue. If we approach it that way, we all benefit." She proposed something radical, a collaborative industry initiative on cockpit culture and power dynamics jointly led by Aura and Skyline. The two largest carriers in the market, recently bitter enemies, would work together to establish new standards and best practices. Jenkins would have a stroke if he heard this, Daniel observed with a wry smile. "Jenkins is precisely why this is necessary," Chen countered. "His approach pitting companies against each other while ignoring the underlying cultural problems has harmed the entire industry. We need to do better, too." The conversation had continued for over an hour, with both CEOs sharing insights, challenges, and ideas. By the end, the framework for the Aviation Culture Consortium had been established, an industry group dedicated to sharing best practices and establishing common standards for addressing power imbalances and cultural issues. When Daniel reported this development to Zara, he had expected skepticism. Skyline had, after all, attempted to exploit Aura's crisis and poach its staff. Instead, she had immediately grasped the strategic value of the alliance. "This transforms the narrative completely," she noted. "Instead of being the airline with the problem, we become the airline with the solution, a solution so compelling that even our biggest competitor wants to adopt it." The consortium was announced the following week with Aura and Skyline as founding members and an open invitation to other carriers to join. The industry response had been overwhelmingly positive. Within days, 6 additional airlines had signed on, and regulatory bodies in 3 countries had expressed interest in participating as observers. For Zara Mitchell, this development confirmed the wisdom of her approach. Rather than containing the crisis or limiting the damage, she had used it as leverage to force fundamental change first within Aura and now, potentially, throughout the industry. As preparations continued for her visit to London, the consortium represented a tangible symbol of how far they had come. What had begun as a personal response to an assault had evolved into something much larger, a movement to redefine accountability in an industry that had long prioritized technical excellence over human dynamics. The slap that had echoed through a first-class cabin 3 months earlier had become a wake-up call not just for Aura Airlines but for an entire industry, and that industry was finally beginning to listen. The Aura Airlines flight from New York to London was scheduled to depart at 8:30 p.m., a routine red-eye crossing the Atlantic. But there was nothing routine about this particular journey. Word had spread throughout the company Zara Mitchell would be on board in Seat 1A. Security protocols had been enhanced, but not in the obvious ways one might expect for a billionaire owner. There were no visible bodyguards, no special treatment at check-in, no public announcement of her presence. The additional measures were subtle, an extra background check for all crew assigned to the flight, a quiet upgrade in the air, marshal presence, a discreet notification to the captain. Zara arrived at the gate just like any other passenger, dressed in the same simple style she had worn 3 months earlier, a gray cashmere hoodie, tailored black joggers, and white leather sneakers. Her hair was pulled back in its usual neat braid, and she carried the same nondescript backpack. The only visible difference was the absence of her tablet. This time, she wasn't working. She was observing. Maria Gonzalez was at the gate to greet her not as a flight attendant but in her new role as Senior Cabin Culture Specialist. This flight would be her evaluation of how well the new protocols were being implemented in real-world conditions. Ms. Mitchell Maria said with a professional nod, "Welcome aboard." Zara smiled slightly. "Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I'm looking forward to experiencing the changes firsthand." As they boarded, Maria noticed Zara taking in every detail, the way the gate agents interacted with passengers, the demeanor of the cabin crew, the subtle changes in signage and procedure that reflected the new Aura Airlines. In the first-class cabin, the lead flight attendant, a man named Michael, greeted Zara with exactly the same level of warm professionalism he showed to every other passenger. He had been briefed on her identity, but the new training emphasized treating all passengers with equal respect, regardless of status. "Welcome aboard, Ms. Mitchell. May I offer you a pre-departure beverage? Perhaps some sparkling water with lemon?" Zara nodded, appreciating the personalized touch. He had remembered her preference from her file without making a show of it. "Yes, thank you." As Michael prepared her drink, Zara settled into seat 1A, the same seat she had occupied 3 months earlier. The memory of that day, the confrontation, the slap, the shock flashed briefly in her mind. But it was distant now, overshadowed by everything that had followed the reckoning, the reformation, the rebuilding. Michael returned with her sparkling water, placed it carefully on a coaster, and added, "If there's anything you need during the flight, or if anything makes you uncomfortable, please don't hesitate to let any of us know. Everyone on this crew is committed to making your journey safe and pleasant." It was a standard line now, part of the new service protocol, but delivered with genuine sincerity. Zara took a sip of her water and nodded her thanks. As the boarding process continued, Zara observed the interactions around her. There was a different energy in the cabin compared to her previous flight. The crew moved with the same efficiency, but with more confidence, more agency. They weren't just following scripts. They were fully present, attentive to the dynamics of the space. When a minor issue arose, a passenger struggling to fit an oversized bag in the overhead bin, the response was immediate but calm. No confrontation, no power play, just a collaborative solution that preserved everyone's dignity. The captain's voice came over the intercom, introducing himself and the first officer thanking passengers for choosing Aura and adding a new line that had become standard. "Our primary commitment is to your safety and comfort. Our crew is empowered to address any concerns you may have, and we welcome your feedback." As the plane taxied and then took off, Zara continued her quiet observation. The meal service was efficient and personalized. The cabin crew communicated clearly with each other, a new protocol designed to reduce misunderstandings and tensions. Even the way they handled a passenger who had too much to drink, firmly but respectfully redirecting him without public embarrassment, reflected the new approach. Midway through the flight, Maria stopped by Zara's seat. "How is your experience so far?" she asked quietly. Zara considered the question carefully. "It feels different, more authentic. The crew seems more engaged, more present." Maria nodded. "That's what we've been working toward. Not just better service, but a better culture behind the service." I noticed the captain made a point of speaking with each crew member during his walkthrough, Zara observed. "That wasn't in the new protocols, was it?" "No." Maria smiled. "That's Captain Sullivan's personal initiative. He was the first officer on your previous flight, the one who documented the incident. He's become one of our strongest advocates for the new approach to leadership." Zara raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "Interesting. Unexpected allies often prove the most valuable." As the flight continued over the Atlantic, Zara eventually reclined her seat and closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to process what she had observed. The changes were real, not superficial. The airline she had purchased as a distressed asset, the airline she had nearly abandoned after the assault, was becoming something she could be proud of, not because it was perfect, but because it was honestly confronting its imperfections. When the plane landed at Heathrow the next morning, Zara gathered her belongings and prepared to disembark. Michael, the lead flight attendant, approached her one last time. "Thank you for flying with us, Ms. Mitchell," he said. "I hope your experience met your expectations." Zara looked at him thoughtfully. "It exceeded them," she replied simply. "And that's not something I say often." As she walked through the terminal toward the car that would take her to Aura headquarters for her official visit, Zara reflected on the journey, not just the 7-hour flight, but the 3-month transformation it represented. What had begun as a personal response to a shocking assault had evolved into something much more significant. A case study in how quickly an entrenched culture could change when the right pressure was applied in the right places. The bruise on her cheek had faded long ago, but the mark she had left on the company and potentially on an entire industry would endure. The headline in The Economist said it all. The Aura Effect, how one incident triggered an industry-wide reckoning. The article, published 5 months after the Reynolds assault, detailed how Aura Airline's dramatic reformation had sent shockwaves through the aviation world, forcing competitors to confront similar issues within their own organizations. 3 major international carriers had already announced reviews of their power structure and reporting protocols. 2 had implemented versions of the sanctuary cabin system. 1 had gone so far as to hire consultants who had worked on the Aura transformation to help design a similar oversight board. Industry conferences, once focused almost exclusively on technical and financial matters, now featured panels on corporate culture, power dynamics, and ethical leadership. At the annual Global Aviation Summit, Daniel Blackwood had been invited to speak about Aura's journey, a testament to how completely the narrative had shifted from scandal to case study. The regulatory environment was changing as well. The FAA had launched a comprehensive review of how airlines handled behavioral complaints against pilots, with particular attention to the informal systems that had previously allowed problematic conduct to continue unchecked. Congressional hearings on airline industry culture had featured testimony from Dr. Ramirez Maria Gonzalez and even Sarah Jenkins, the former flight attendant who had returned to Aura to help implement the reforms. What we witnessed was not just one pilot losing control, Dr. Ramirez had testified. It was the inevitable result of a structure that concentrated power without adequate accountability, that valued technical skill over human dynamics, and that repeatedly silenced those who tried to raise concerns. Her testimony had led to proposed legislation that would require airlines to establish independent review mechanisms for behavioral complaints and protect whistleblowers from retaliation. The impact extended beyond regulatory frameworks to the court of public opinion. Passengers were becoming more attuned to the cultural differences between airlines, with some actively choosing carriers that had demonstrated commitment to crew empowerment and passenger dignity. Travel blogs and review sites had begun including crew treatment metrics alongside the traditional ratings for comfort, service, and punctuality. Monica Turner, the aviation journalist who had chronicled Aura's transformation, had published a series of investigative reports revealing similar incidents at other airlines that had been quietly buried. Her work had earned industry awards and sparked internal investigations at several companies. Even the academic world had taken notice. Harvard Business School was developing a case study on the Aura transformation, with particular emphasis on Daniel Blackwood's evolution from image-focused executive to values-driven leader. Business ethics courses across the country were incorporating the Reynolds incident and its aftermath as required reading. Within the Aviation Culture Consortium, now expanded to include 15 airlines from around the world, Aura and Skyline continued their unlikely partnership. The first joint initiative, a standardized reporting system for behavioral concerns that bypassed traditional chain-of-command limitations, had been successfully implemented across all member airlines. Elizabeth Chen, Skyline's CEO, had become an unexpected champion of the reforms, leveraging her background in operational safety to make a compelling case that crew psychological well-being was as critical to flight safety as mechanical reliability. For decades, we've focused on building ever-safer aircraft while ignoring the human factors that can compromise decision-making, she argued during a consortium meeting. A crew member who is intimidated into silence represents as significant a safety risk as a faulty sensor. The consortium's second major initiative was already underway, a complete revision of pilot and crew training programs to incorporate communication skills, conflict resolution, and collaborative leadership alongside technical proficiency. The goal was to create a new generation of aviation professionals who understood that authority and accountability were inseparable. For Victor Reynolds, the wider impact of his actions had become inescapable. Unable to find work in aviation, he had retreated from public view, his name forever linked to the incident that had transformed an industry. The civil suit against him had been settled for an undisclosed amount, with the condition that he publicly acknowledge his misconduct and undergo anger management training. In a final irony, he had become a case study in pilot training programs across the industry, an example of how unchecked authority and insufficient accountability could lead to catastrophic personal and professional consequences. Within Aura itself, the reforms had solidified into a new normal. The initial resistance had largely dissolved as the benefits became apparent, improved. Morale reduced turnover, enhanced passenger satisfaction, and a growing reputation as an employer of choice. The airline had begun attracting talent from competitors, particularly among groups previously underrepresented in aviation leadership. Maria Gonzalez's cabin culture training program had been so successful that it was being packaged as a standalone product, with other airlines expressing interest in licensing it. Maria herself had been promoted to Director of Service Culture, overseeing a department that hadn't existed 6 months earlier. James Sullivan, the first officer who had witnessed the assault and later championed a new model of cockpit leadership, had been promoted to captain and now led the pilot mentoring program. Even William Delaney, once the voice of old guard resistance, had found a role as a cultural translator, helping veteran pilots understand and adapt to the new approaches. The most impressive validation came from an unexpected source. The annual Skytrax World Airline Awards, considered the Oscars of the aviation industry. For years, Aura had hovered in the middle of the rankings, never breaking into the top tier. This year, it had surged to number 3 globally, with particular recognition for cabin crew service and overall passenger experience. The transformation was reflected in the financial results as well. After the initial drop following the Reynolds incident, bookings had not just recovered but surpassed previous levels. The Sanctuary Cabin Protocol had reduced costly turnover by 31%. Even insurance premiums had decreased as underwriters recognized that stronger accountability systems reduced the risk of expensive incidents and lawsuits. As Zara Mitchell reviewed these developments from her New York office, she felt a sense of satisfaction that went beyond business success. The changes at Aura weren't just good for the company. They were good for the thousands of people who worked there and the millions who flew with them each year. She thought of her father, who had spent decades working for an airline that had never valued his humanity above his utility. "When you build something, Zara," he had told her during her first year of college, "build something that remembers people are human beings, not just numbers on a spreadsheet." That advice had guided her approach to business throughout her career. When she purchased Aura Airlines, she had seen an opportunity to create the kind of company her father had deserved to work for, one where every employee was valued, where ethical practices weren't sacrificed for quarterly profits, where dignity wasn't a luxury afforded only to those in first class. The Reynolds incident had revealed how far short of that ideal Aura had fallen. But the response to that incident, the willingness to confront uncomfortable truths, to reimagine entrenched systems, to value substance over appearance, had set them on a path toward becoming the kind of company she had always envisioned. As Aura approached the 6-month anniversary of the incident, plans were underway for a company-wide event to mark not the assault itself, but the transformation it had catalyzed. The theme was simple but powerful. From crisis to character building, an airline of integrity. The keynote speaker would be Zara Mitchell herself, a rare public appearance for the normally private billionaire. Her decision to step into the spotlight reflected her growing conviction that what had happened at Aura wasn't just a corporate turnaround. It was a model for how confronting painful truths could lead to meaningful change. The invitation to the event concluded with a quote that had become something of a mantra within the company, attributed not to a famous leader or management guru, but to Maria Gonzalez from one of her early training sessions. The measure of an organization isn't whether it prevents all failures, but how honestly it confronts them when they occur. It was a simple principle, but one that had proven revolutionary in an industry long accustomed to defending rather than reflecting, to protecting reputation rather than examining reality. And it had all begun with a slap in first class, a moment of violence that had exposed not just one man's failings, but the flaws in an entire corporate ecosystem. The story of Aura's transformation raises an important question for all of us. What systems in our own workplaces, communities, or society might need similar examination? Sometimes it takes a crisis to reveal the truth, but it takes courage to use that crisis as a catalyst for genuine change. What might you help transform if you were willing to speak up? The grand ballroom of the London Hilton was transformed for the occasion, its usual ornate elegance replaced by something more purposeful. The Aura Airlines logo, redesigned during the Reformation to incorporate elements of transparency and connectivity, dominated the stage. Around the room, interactive displays showcased the journey of the past year, not glossing over the difficult moments, but highlighting the progress that had emerged from them. Employees from across the global organization had gathered for the event, from pilots and cabin crew to ground staff and corporate teams. For many, it was their first time meeting colleagues they had collaborated with virtually during the transformation process. The atmosphere was one of cautious celebration, not triumphant, but quietly proud. Daniel Blackwood stood at the podium surveying the audience. A year ago, he had been the unquestioned leader of the company, answerable only to shareholders, and focused primarily on market perception. Today, he was part of a collaborative leadership structure, his authority tempered by the oversight board and his priorities radically realigned. 1 year ago today, he began an incident occurred that could have destroyed this company. A senior captain physically assaulted a passenger in full view of others. In that moment, years of unaddressed issues of power without accountability, of image without substance, were suddenly exposed for all to see. The room was silent, everyone acutely aware of the history that had brought them to this point. We could have responded, as many organizations do, with denial, with damage control, with the minimum necessary action to move past the crisis. Instead, guided by Ms. Mitchell's vision, we chose a different path. We chose to see the incident not as an isolated failure, but as a symptom of deeper problems. And we committed to addressing those problems no matter how uncomfortable or challenging the process might be. He gestured to a large screen behind him where key metrics were displayed. Employee retention, up 34%. Reported incidents of inappropriate behavior, down 68%. Passenger satisfaction scores at an all-time high, and perhaps most surprisingly, profitability increased by 12%, despite the initial financial hit. These numbers tell part of the story, Daniel continued. But they don't capture the most important changes, the cultural shifts, the new relationships, the fundamental reimagining of what it means to be Aura Airlines. He introduced Dr. Lucia Ramirez, who presented a comprehensive overview of the transformation process, highlighting both successes and ongoing challenges. She emphasized that the work was far from complete. Culture is not static, she reminded the audience. It requires constant attention, continuous improvement, and unwavering commitment to the principles we have established. Maria Gonzalez followed, sharing insights from the cabin culture program that had become a model not just for Aura, but for other airlines as well. Her presentation featured testimonials from crew members who had experienced both the old and new cultures, their stories bringing to life the human impact of the changes. What we've created isn't perfect, Maria acknowledged. We still face challenges every day. But the difference is that we now have the structures, the support, and most importantly, the courage to address those challenges openly. The audience responded with genuine warmth, particularly the cabin crew members who had seen their role elevated from service providers to essential partners in maintaining a safe, respectful environment. After several other presentations highlighting different aspects of the transformation, Daniel returned to the podium for the moment everyone had been anticipating: the introduction of Zara Mitchell. When I first learned the identity of the passenger Victor Reynolds had assaulted, he said my primary emotion was terror. I knew my career and possibly the entire company was in jeopardy. What I didn't understand then was that we were about to be saved not just from the immediate crisis, but from the complacency and superficiality that had defined us. He gestured toward the side of the stage. Please join me in welcoming the woman who didn't just own our company on paper, but had the vision and courage to remake it from the inside out, Ms. Zara Mitchell. The applause was respectful rather than effusive as Zara walked onto the stage. She was dressed more formally than usual in a simple black suit, but still projected the same quiet intensity that had characterized her from the beginning. She had remained largely behind the scenes during the transformation process, working through Thomas Rivera and the oversight board rather than taking a public role. As she reached the podium, the room fell completely silent. For many present, this was their first time seeing in person the woman whose decision had transformed their professional lives. "Thank you, Daniel," she began, her voice clear and measured. "1 year ago today, I boarded an Airline's flight as an anonymous passenger, intending to observe the company I had invested in from a customer's perspective. What followed was not what I had planned, but it revealed truths that might otherwise have remained hidden." She touched her cheek briefly, an unconscious gesture at the memory of the slap that had set everything in motion. "I did not come here today to dwell on that incident or to claim credit for what has been achieved since. The transformation we are celebrating is not my accomplishment. It is yours, the result of thousands of individual decisions to embrace change, to speak difficult truths, to reimagine what is possible." She paused, looking out at the assembled employees. "When I purchased a majority stake in Airlines, I saw a struggling company with untapped potential. What I failed to see was the deep cultural issues that were holding it back. It took a moment of crisis to reveal those issues, but it took your collective commitment to address them." She went on to outline her vision for the company's future, not as a perfect organization that never made mistakes, but as one that faced its failures honestly and used them as opportunities for growth. She emphasized that the reforms were not a one-time response to a crisis, but a foundation for ongoing evolution. "The true test of what we have built will come not during celebrations like this one, but during the next crisis, the next challenge, the next moment when it would be easier to revert to old patterns than to live up to our new standards." As she concluded her remarks, she did something unexpected. She stepped away from the podium and gestured for Maria Gonzalez to join her on stage. When Maria complied, looking somewhat confused, Zara turned to address her directly, but loud enough for all to hear. "Ms. Gonzalez, 1 year ago, you tried to intervene in a situation that should never have occurred. You did so at personal risk, knowing that challenging a captain could endanger your career. That moment of courage, though it came too late to prevent what happened, was the first sign that this company could be saved." She turned to the audience. "The transformation we celebrate today began not with my actions, or Daniel's, or Dr. Ramirez's, but with Maria's willingness to stand up for what was right, even when doing so was difficult and dangerous. That is the foundation on which everything else has been built." The room erupted in applause, this time not polite, but passionate. Maria, visibly moved, accepted the recognition with grace, though clearly uncomfortable being singled out. As the formal presentations concluded and the event transitioned to a more relaxed reception, the mood was not one of mission accomplished, but of journey well begun. The conversations throughout the room focused not on past achievements, but on future possibilities, on ways to strengthen and extend the reforms, on lessons still to be learned. For Zara Mitchell, observing these interactions from a quiet corner the evening represented a vindication of her approach. She had not sought to punish the company for what had happened to her. She had used her power to create something better, something lasting. The bruise on her cheek had faded long ago, but the mark she had left on Aura Airlines and potentially on an entire industry would endure. After the formal anniversary event concluded, Zara Mitchell retreated to a private meeting room where Maria Gonzalez was waiting for her. This conversation, unlike the public recognition earlier, would be personal, a moment of reflection between two women whose lives had intersected in a way neither could have anticipated. "Thank you for meeting with me," Zara said as she closed the door behind her. "I wanted a chance to speak with you directly away from the corporate messaging and public statements." Maria nodded, still somewhat in awe of being in a one-on-one meeting with the billionaire owner. "Of course, Ms. Mitchell. Please call me Zara. After everything that's happened, I think we're beyond formalities." Maria smiled slightly. "Zara, then." They sat at a small table the corporate hierarchy temporarily set aside in favor of a more human connection. "I've read all the reports, seen all the metrics," Zara began. "But I'd like to hear from you personally. How have things really changed? Not just the policies and procedures, but the day-to-day reality." Maria considered the question carefully. "It's like we're working for a different company," she said finally. "The physical environment is the same, the routes are the same, even many of the people are the same. But the way we interact, the expectations, the power dynamics, they're completely transformed." She went on to describe specific examples how junior crew members now felt empowered to speak up when they saw potential issues, how captains like James Sullivan had embraced a more collaborative approach to leadership, how passengers had responded to the more authentic human-centered service culture. There are still challenges, of course, she acknowledged. Change doesn't happen overnight, and some of the old attitudes persist. But the difference is that those attitudes no longer define our culture. They're the exception now, not the rule. Zara listened intently, asking occasional questions, but mostly allowing Maria to share her perspective. When Maria finished, Zara was quiet for a moment, processing what she had heard. "I need to ask you something," she said finally. "Something I've wondered about since that day on the plane. When Reynolds confronted me, you tried to intervene. Not immediately, but eventually. What was going through your mind in those moments?" It was a deeply personal question, one that cut to the heart of the power dynamics that had allowed the incident to occur in the first place. Maria took a deep breath. Fear, she admitted. "I was afraid. Not just of losing my job, though that was part of it. I was afraid of challenging authority, of stepping out of the role I'd been trained to play. We were taught that the captain's word was law, that our primary job was to maintain a calm, pleasant environment no matter what. Intervening in a conflict between a captain and a passenger went against everything I'd been conditioned to do." She paused, looking directly at Zara. "But then he put his hands on you, and something shifted. The rules I'd been following suddenly seemed less important than the basic human principle that you don't stand by while someone is being assaulted. I still hesitated longer than I should have, and I'll always regret that. But in that moment, I chose to be a person first and an employee second." Zara nodded, understanding completely. "That choice changed everything, not just for me, but for the entire company. If you hadn't stepped in, if you hadn't later testified about what happened, if you hadn't been willing to help rebuild from the ashes, none of what we celebrated today would have been possible." "I was just doing what felt right," Maria said simply. "That's precisely why it mattered," Zara replied. "You acted from principle, when it would have been easier to follow protocol." She hesitated, then continued in a more personal tone. "I want to tell you something I haven't shared publicly. When I purchased Aura Airlines, it wasn't just a business decision. It was personal. My father was a baggage handler for an airline that went bankrupt in the 1990s. He lost his pension, his health insurance, everything. I watched what that did to him, to our family." Maria listened, surprised by this glimpse into Zara's personal history. When I had the means to do so, I decided to buy an airline and run it differently to create a company that valued its people as much as its profits. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of that goal. I became detached, managing through intermediaries, focusing on numbers rather than culture. It took getting slapped in the face literally to wake me up to how far the company had strayed from my original vision. And now, Maria asked, now I see what's possible when people are empowered to do what's right, not just what's expected. The company we're building isn't perfect, but it's real in a way it never was before. They continued talking for nearly an hour, moving beyond the incident that had brought them together to their visions for the future, not just for Aura Airlines, but for their own roles within it. By the time they concluded their conversation, something had shifted between them. They weren't just owner and employee. They were partners in a continuing journey of transformation. As they prepared to leave, Zara had one final question. If you could go back to that day on the plane, knowing everything you know now, what would you do differently? Maria didn't hesitate. I would have stepped in sooner. I would have trusted my instincts over my training. I would have remembered that beneath the uniforms and titles, we're all just people deserving of basic respect. Zara smiled a genuine smile that rarely appeared in her public persona. That she said is exactly the lesson I was hoping we'd all learn from this experience. They parted ways, each carrying a deeper understanding of the journey they had shared and the work that still lay ahead. The circle that had begun with a confrontation in first class had come full circle not to an ending, but to a new beginning. 2 years after the incident that had transformed Aura Airlines, the company hosted an international aviation conference focused on ethical leadership and corporate culture. Industry leaders from around the world gathered to learn from what had become known as the Aura model, a blueprint for organizational transformation that had implications far beyond the aviation sector. The keynote panel featured Daniel Blackwood, Dr. Lucia Ramirez, and Maria Gonzalez, each sharing different aspects of the journey. Daniel spoke about the challenges of authentic leadership in crisis situations. Dr. Ramirez detailed the structural changes that had made the transformation possible, and Maria, now executive director of the newly established Aura Foundation for Workplace Dignity, discussed the human elements that had ultimately determined the success of the reforms. What we learned, Maria told the audience of executives, regulators, and industry experts, is that cultural change isn't primarily about policies or procedures. Those are important tools, but they're not the essence. Real change happens when people at every level of an organization believe their voices matter and their concerns will be taken seriously. The conference was the public face of a transformation that had become deeply embedded in Aura's identity. The airline now consistently ranked among the top employers in the industry with applications for every position far exceeding available openings. Its safety record, always strong, had improved even further as crew members felt empowered to raise concerns without fear of retaliation. And its financial performance had defied skeptics, proving that ethical operations and profitability were not mutually exclusive. Behind the scenes, the work continued. The oversight board, initially viewed as a temporary intervention, had become a permanent part of the corporate structure, evolving from crisis response to proactive guidance. Dr. Ramirez had transitioned from external consultant to chief ethics officer, a position with direct access to the board of directors. Daniel Blackwood had undergone perhaps the most remarkable transformation. The CEO, who had once prioritized appearance over substance, had become a genuine advocate for authentic leadership. He had recently announced his plan to step down within the year, not in disgrace, but in triumph, having overseen a renaissance that few would have thought possible. His likely successor was James Sullivan, the former first officer who had witnessed the Reynolds incident and later championed a new model of leadership within the pilot corps. Sullivan's journey from silent observer to change agent to executive represented the best of what the transformation had made possible. Maria Gonzalez's influence extended far beyond her formal role. The training program she had developed had been implemented at 3 other major airlines, and a simplified version was being taught in flight schools around the world. Through the Aura Foundation, she had established a scholarship program for underrepresented groups in aviation, with a particular focus on preparing women and minorities for leadership positions. Even Victor Reynolds, the man whose actions had catalyzed the entire transformation, had become part of the legacy in an unexpected way. After years of silence, he had recently agreed to participate in training videos, sharing his perspective on how unchecked authority and insufficient accountability had led to his downfall. His participation was not an attempt at redemption, but an acknowledgement of responsibility, a final contribution to an industry he had both served and failed. As for Zara Mitchell, she remained the majority owner, but had deliberately maintained her distance from day-to-day operations, allowing the structures and people she had put in place to function independently. Her most significant contribution in recent months had been the establishment of the Aviation Ethics Consortium, an industry group dedicated to sharing best practices and establishing common standards for addressing power imbalances and cultural issues. The consortium's first major initiative was the development of the Dignity Protocol, a framework for identifying and addressing harmful power dynamics before they escalated to crisis points. Already, 27 airlines around the world had committed to implementing the protocol with regulatory bodies in multiple countries, considering making elements of it mandatory. The legacy of Flight 219 extended far beyond the aviation industry. The Aura case was now standard reading in business ethics courses at leading universities. Management consultants cited it as the definitive example of turning crisis into opportunity. HR professionals studied the Sanctuary Cabin Protocol as a model for creating safe reporting mechanisms in hierarchical organizations. But perhaps the most meaningful legacy was the one least visible to the outside world. The thousands of small moments each day when an Aura employee felt empowered to speak up, to challenge, to contribute, moments that would never have been possible under the old regime. In cockpits around the world, first officers who might once have remained silent now felt confident raising concerns with their captains. In cabins across the globe, flight attendants who might once have endured inappropriate behavior now had clear pathways for addressing it. And in boardrooms throughout the industry, executives who might once have prioritized appearance over substance now understood the true cost of that approach. What had begun as one woman's response to a shocking assault had evolved into something much larger, a movement to redefine what accountability looked like in an industry that had long prioritized technical excellence over human dynamics. The slap that had echoed through a first-class cabin 2 years earlier had become a wake-up call not just for Aura Airlines, but for an entire industry. As the conference concluded and participants returned to their respective organizations, many carried with them not just new ideas, but a fundamental shift in perspective. They had seen firsthand that meaningful change was possible, that entrenched cultures could be transformed, that principles and profits could coexist. The legacy of that fateful day on Flight 219 would continue to evolve, but its core lesson remained constant. In the intersection of power, accountability, and human dignity lay the true measure of an organization's character. And in the courage of individuals like Maria Gonzalez, the vision of leaders like Zara Mitchell, and the willingness of people throughout the company to embrace uncomfortable truths, lay the capacity for transformation that few would have thought possible. The bruise on Zara's cheek had faded long ago, but the mark she had left on the industry, a standard of accountability that could no longer be ignored, would endure for generations to come. What would you have done if you witnessed Captain Reynolds slap Zara Mitchell? Would you have remained silent, pulled out your phone to record, or intervened directly? The truth is, none of us know for certain how we would react until faced with such a situation. This story isn't just about one shocking moment on an airplane. It's about the systems that allow abuses of power to occur and the courage required to change those systems. It's about what happens when someone has both the will and the means to demand accountability. Every day in workplaces around the world, people face smaller versions of what Zara experienced, moments where power is abused, where speaking up seems dangerous, where looking the other way feels like the safer choice. The difference is that most victims don't own 58% of the company. If this story moved you, if it made you think about power and accountability in a new way, please share it. Not for clicks or views, but because these conversations matter. They change how we think about our own workplaces, our own responsibilities, our own capacity to make a difference. Have you ever witnessed an abuse of power and stayed silent? Have you ever spoken up when it would have been easier not to? Have you ever been Maria, Sophie, or James, a bystander faced with a critical choice? Or have you been Zara, someone who refused to accept that this is just how things are? Your story matters too. Share it in the comments. Let others know they're not alone in their experiences or their aspirations for better workplaces. And remember, meaningful change rarely happens in grand dramatic moments. It happens in the small daily choices to prioritize dignity over convenience, ethics over expediency, and truth over comfort. It happens when ordinary people decide that the way things have always been is no longer good enough. That's the real legacy of Flight 219, not just a transformed airline, but a reminder that when we have the courage to confront uncomfortable truths, we can build something better together. If you found this video valuable, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more stories that matter. And if you know someone who's struggling with workplace power dynamics or trying to create positive change in their organization, share this with them. Sometimes just knowing change is possible can be the spark someone needs to take that first step. What changes do you want to see in your workplace? Drop a comment below and let's continue this important conversation. Together, we can create workplaces where everyone's dignity is respected and where speaking truth to power isn't just allowed, it's expected.